I live them every day.
You don't pursue a dream, you live the dream.
Day in and day out.
This is life.
Work hard.
Love it. Love everything about it.
Work right.
Eat right.
When you eat right, you think right. And when you think right, you do right.
Do you read the labels?
Read the labels.
No preservatives, additives, processing.
No fake stuff.
Just real food.
Fresh.
Fresh.
Eat fresh.
Move.
Walk.
Run.
10 p.m.
5 a.m.
Make time.
You're not just you.
You are you.
But you're also me.
You're everybody.
Believe in the farmer.
Believe in the soil of our country.
The United Arab Emirates.
Let's unite.
For a better future.
Believe in tomorrow.
Believe in yourself.
Believe in your best self.
Serve.
Serve humanity.
We deserve it.
You deserve it.
Barakat. Live fresh.
We make trade flow, moving what the world needs to where it is needed. Imagine 160,000 tons of cashews produced, packed, and distributed from Senegal to the world. Or picture 1 in 4 of the world's snowbirds designed, developed, and transported from Dubai to the world. We're propelling trade towards a seamless supply chain, built for today and ready for tomorrow. Because when trade flows, new opportunities follow. DP World. Change what's possible. We
The biggest challenge facing humanity, a global population that's on the rise. The world needs to anticipate today its food requirements for tomorrow. Enter Food Tech Valley, the next leap in the UAE's game-changing innovation, and the first of its kind global initiative to unite the complete food and agricultural ecosystem, where food intersects with innovation, knowledge, technology, and sustainability, where passionate minds converge to connect and collaborate, to reshape how food is produced and consumed, to disrupt agribusinesses worldwide. The seeds of change are sown. We're incubating new farming methods, making local, clean food more accessible, empowering farmers, academics, and entrepreneurs, combining cause with commerce, creating an international hub for agtech and food tech. We're advancing food security and sustainability so that future generations are nourished better. Let's all work as one to help solve hunger everywhere, from cell to table. Food Tech Valley, reimagining the potential of food. The biggest challenge facing humanity, a global population that's on the rise. The world needs to anticipate today its food requirements for tomorrow. Enter Food Tech Valley, the next leap in the UAE's game-changing innovation, and the first of its kind global initiative to unite the complete food and agricultural ecosystem, where food intersects with innovation, knowledge, technology, and sustainability, where passionate minds converge to connect and collaborate, to reshape how food is produced and consumed, to disrupt agribusinesses worldwide. The seeds of change are sown. we're incubating new farming methods, making local, clean food more accessible, empowering farmers, academics, and entrepreneurs, combining cause with commerce, creating an international hub for agtech and food tech. We're advancing food security and sustainability so that future generations are nourished better. Let's all work as one to help solve hunger everywhere, from cell to table. Food Tech Valley, reimagining the potential of food.
In every crunch and every bite, Hunter Foods offers more than just nourishment. It's an experience of delight and quality. For nearly 4 decades, our commitment has been unwavering to weave a tapestry of ethics and trust into every snack. Guided by our vision of inspiring better snacking, each product is a testament to our dedication to excellence. Our tale begins with Bharat Narayan, Safari Uncle, a visionary who infused his love for children, animals, and life into wholesome treats. Named by Mahatma Gandhi, Bharat was a beacon of integrity and commitment to values such as honesty, sincerity, and hard work, lighting our path to this day. With the rapid growth of Dubai, Sheikh Rashid bin Zayed Al Maktoum's vision took place, and Hunter Foods became the first operational food factory in the Jebel Ali Free Zone. It sprouted as a seed of innovation and care, shaping the city's taste and culture. As Ananya and Yan embraced the legacy, their deep-seated hospitality insights began to shape our snacks. They artfully blended culinary expertise with a keen understanding of consumer tastes, crafting a journey of love, experience, and refined flavor innovation. At our core is a promise: better for you. This extends beyond our conscientiously selected ingredients and loving preparation. We're dedicated to quality, freshness, and a zest for innovation. We cook all our gourmet products with 100% sunflower oil and are 100% vegetarian, 100% MSG-free, and 100% non-GMO. Our commitment to better food is matched by our dedication to a better planet, embracing sustainable practices in every step of our journey. Our journey has elevated our snacks from a local treasure to an international sensation. Spanning over 65 countries, from the bustling cities of Japan to the vibrant streets of Brazil, our flavors unite taste buds across continents. Our products are more than snacks. They're ambassadors of joy and well-being, gracing esteemed venues and diverse tables around the globe, celebrating the universal language of taste and quality.
Our mission is simple: create snacks that are better for you and for the world. As we expand across the globe, we invite you to join our story, our vision, and our passion.
We're not just making snacks, we're also crafting experiences, memories, and future. On our journey to build our legacy, we've just started.
This is only the beginning.
paving the way for a healthier tomorrow today. Placing nutrition, health, and wellness on the global landscape. Bringing the bounty of nature to millions of consumers across the globe. That's Nutridor. Creating a better life for people of every age, every culture, and every continent. As part of the renowned TGI Group, Nutridor is creating a food evolution with its 30 years heritage across the world. Dedicated to enhancing the quality of life, Nutridor offers a high-quality and nutritious range of products ranging from the flagship dairy brand Abevia to fruit-flavored drinks, yogurt, energy drinks, and more. With a mission to keep spreading its nutritious values, Nutridor opened its doors in Dubai, UAE, extending its reach across markets in the GCC and MENA region. In its hunt for a base in the Middle East, Nutridor chose UAE as the launchpad to the world. Few countries have seen the incredible progress UAE has achieved across many important milestones in technology, education, business, medical, and social arenas. In a span of a few decades, UAE has become the world's foremost investment hub, both regionally and internationally. Nutridor is proud to be a part of this successful and growing nation that is situated at the crossroads of 3 continents and continues to be the nexus of global trade. To meet the ever-growing need for nutritional products across the GCC and MENA regions, Nutridor has set up a state-of-the-art production facility with a capacity of 60,000 liters per day. A 2-story building spread over 100,000 square feet. The plant runs on world-class machinery and equipment from Europe that meet the stringent zero-waste norms of Dubai municipality. With a commitment to adhering to environmental standards, the entire plant will be solar-powered, with a clean energy capacity of 100,000 kilowatts per year.
Today, I want to emphasize the monumental impact Nutridor is making in dairy industry. To achieve this, the core strength of Nutridor lies with the employees, their talent, their expertise, and they are putting the breath of life inside the organization is what makes Nutridor unique. Without them, this path would not have been possible to reach where we want to go.
Nutridor's commitment continues to get stronger as the company has invested in new land to further expand its operations. Playing a key role in food evolution, Nutridor has and will always put priority on nutrition, health, and wellness by developing food and beverage products that improve the quality of living and help people live healthier lives. Nutridor, delighting family and inspiring life around the world.
Last year, we achieved an important milestone.
If you can please make your way back to the room as we continue in one of the key highlighted topics of today, which is food security. I know a lot of people are still networking outside, so please, we'll give it less than a minute for you to make your seats, make your places to address our next expert panel looking into and delving into food security. Here are some numbers to put the topic in perspective. Food insecurity affects 828 million people globally. Now, this was the number from 2021, and the projection says that up to 50% more people will be facing hunger by 2050 due to climate change. Here are some more effects from this disastrous culmination in food insecurity. It states that crop yields could decrease by 25% also by 2050. So 2050 seems a very crucial year in these predictions. And by 2030, climate-induced shifts in water availability could be affecting up to 700 million people. These are just some of the numbers and a pretty stark image that we are facing when it comes to the challenges of food security globally and regionally as well. This next panel of experts will delve into securing our future food security in a changing climate. Please welcome the moderator of the session who will be briefing the topic as well as inviting his expert guests. Moderator Saifullah Rabi', who is the UAE Managing Partner at Logic Consulting. Please come on stage. You will have, I think, a Q&A, a little bit of time, maybe 5 minutes. You want to allocate it for the Q&A from the audience. Please put your hand up if you have a question at the end of the session.
Hi, everyone. I think we have an exciting session ahead of us where we have a lot of stakeholders belonging to different parts of the value chain. So let us start off by welcoming Abdullah Al-Hashmi. He is the Chief Operating Officer of DP World Parks and Zones. Abdul Jabbar. He is the CEO of IFCO Group in Somaliland, Central Asia, and Afghanistan, responsible for oils and fats. We have Kenneth DeCosta. He is the Managing Director of Barakat. Suresh Vaidyanathan, CEO of Abu Dhabi Food Hub. And Hassan Halawi, General Manager of Elite Agro Projects. So as you can see, we have very diverse group here, people coming from omni-channel aggregators. We have logistics side, everybody here. So I will start off, I guess, with first quick intro question here for my panelists, which is how they perceive or how they see the problem of food security from their own perspective and from where they belong in the ecosystem. So I'll start with Abdullah. So what do you think is the problem that, or if you can summarize the problem in few statements, what would you see the problem that we are to solve in the future and ahead of us?
First and foremost, I'm very pleased to be here with you today, and thank you, Saif, for the introduction and for the question. I think it's a very difficult question to address in 40 minutes. We will be debating this for a very long period of time before we come to a conclusion. The challenge lies into multiple dimensions. So you have alignment on a regulatory front that needs to happen. So we need to work from a regulatory perspective much more closer with the farmers and logistic companies. The second challenge is the availability or the needed infrastructure in pockets where cargo is naturally available is not there. So we see in many of the countries across the globe, they are blessed with a lot of harvest, they are blessed with a lot of products, but unfortunately, because of lack of infrastructure, lack of logistic network, we are unable to take that cargo to the demand zones, and it gets spoiled. The other front is how can we integrate production and processing of food with supply chain to increase the shelf life of these products. So traditionally, the cargo or the farmer will produce the cargo, will produce the agricultural product, and then it will be trucked traditionally to a point of processing. And in that process, you will have a lot of the cargo gets spoiled. So it's really about reducing spoilage. It's about working with the regulatory and governments in order to create the right incentive for people to collaborate with each other. And second is improving supply chain network to increase the shelf life of the product.
Thank you for that. I think we got a perspective here, 3 issues: regulation, infrastructure, being connected more to the processing. Hassan, from your perspective, you are involved in design and you are involved in construction and EPC contracting. What do you think is the key problems that needs to be solved from a farming standpoint?
Agriculture is traditionally one of the hardest industries out there. And we face the challenges that come across all the different sectors. They all get combined with us. So in our part, we look after the development arm, the development of the industry, both here in the UAE and regionally. The key challenges that we're facing now is to adapt the industry and the agriculture to the changing climatic conditions. We need to find out solutions that can meet and mitigate the global climate change that is affecting the production. In the last 10 years, we've noticed production dropping down by 10% due to the increase in temperature. If we continue the way we are, I think we're destined in 2050 to get an increase of another 3 degrees Celsius globally, and this will also affect the global food production by another 20%. So we need to come up with solutions that can mitigate this risk. And because of that, we have to invest, and we have to. We faced after the COVID or the pandemic, and all the chain events that happened after that, the supply chain constraint. We are now facing a very high capex whenever we look into agriculture projects. We're faced with a very high cost of investment. And at the same time, in the last few years, we also noticed that the interest rates were very high, so the access to finance was not available to encourage investors to go into the industry, especially that it's a very long-term and a really very slow return on investment compared to other options when investors look at it as a global diversification of their portfolio. So these are the main challenges that we face to adapt to the changing world, to mitigate the costs. Eventually, when you look at it in areas like here, in arid areas like in the GCC, UAE in particular, we also need to produce and still compete with other nations very close by who are producing at a much cheaper investment cost. And we have an open market whereby we have to justify investing all this, putting our investment and making a return on it while not far away from us, 3-4 hours shipping or maybe 1 day transit, we're getting produce at half our price. Yes. So these are the main challenges that we're facing in the industry in terms of local production, if you want to say.
That's very interesting. So Abdul Jabbar, you have global perspective on the matter. I believe you're working with more than 95 operations, 50 countries. So what is your perspective on this challenge from where you stand, and since you are exposed to the downstream and the upstream of the industry?
IFCO is a very diverse portfolio company, and we are moving from providing food products to food solutions. So we are largely partnering with technology providers, the innovators, the farming experts, the supply chain partners, and that enables us to build up our long-term strategy to overcome these challenges. And I'll explain to you how, because we have almost 95 operations in 50 countries, and our product portfolio has a reach to about 100 plus countries. That makes us very unique. And at the same time, these are challenges that, because the customers know us, the consumers know us, and we are into 3 key channels of the industry. So we are not only supplying packed product to the consumer, we are also covering, the out-of-home channel, which in some countries, like in GCC, is a very big channel. And then we are into the industrial, where we are supplying, ingredients to our partners who are actually then making food products to supply to their customers and consumers. So there is a lot of responsibility on us, and we work very closely with our partners now. Partnerships are very important. Luckily, we are in a country like UAE, where both the private and the public sectors are working together with the government, and that is very unique. And I'll give you a few examples. We are lucky in this sense that we are heard, we are listened properly. We go to the regulatory people, we talk to them, we bring solutions, and then we implement them. So for us, it is very important that we work with all of them together, and particularly when it comes to the manufacturing sites, which are all over the 50 countries. We are focusing on our global partners. So they may be they're with us from UAE, but they are actually across GCC and across the world. And particularly, I'll give the example of DP World, where our relationship with Jebel Ali Ports is going 40 years back. So it's a 4 decades association that we have together. And that allows us to enter into various parts, particularly the ports and the free zones. Where they are present, we go and we work with them. So we are part of the UAE's hunger eradication plan, which is 2051, and that will enable us to reach our to the countries which are landlocked through the ports and the free zones that across the region. So I'll give you the latest example that we have is in Berbera Port, the Somaliland, where we put up a 300,000 square feet plant. And it is very close to the port. We bring in the raw materials, and then we pack it in Somaliland, and then we deliver it to all the landlocked countries in the neighborhood. That itself is a proof that we are supporting the government's initiatives and overall the region's initiatives to overcome the food security issue.
And it resonates with the points of being close to the processing, so you're able to optimize the yield.
Yes, most of our operations are port-based.
Yes.
So you have to be very close to the port or very close to the market. And that's where our operations are very effective, and we are reaching to all our consumers, customers. And I'll give you an example. For example, during the COVID, and it's not only the natural disasters that we are hitting, but also sometimes geopolitical, the vessel shortages, the container shortages, and all these play a big role in disrupting your supply chain. And we are very lucky that we are close to Jebel Ali, we are close to DP World. So we bring solutions. And that during the COVID, we faced a lot of challenges. And the way we overcame was very unique. So I tell a lot of people, that we would have gone to a university to learn crisis management.
Yes.
But those 2 years taught us the best crisis management, and we can never be defeated by any other situation or any other crisis. So what happened that, during that period, we actually grew because, a lot of people started depending on the local supplies, the regional supplies. So we are a multinational company, but we have got presence in most of the regions, and a lot of people approached us. So some customers who never approached us in 40 years,
yes,
they started coming and they started believing in us, and the trust was built. So this was a very unique opportunity which we grabbed with both hands and we delivered.
yes.
So that has really helped the business, and it will continue because it taught us. Now we are taking it to the next phase where we are actually supporting the government and, to make sure that we are part of the food security plan of the country.
Thank you. That's very interesting, and that moves us to Suresh. And since we're talking about the topic of the supply chain and the logistics, so what's your perspective on the matter from a supply chain perspective, and what do you think is the most relevant technology that should be in place to improve food systems?
I think, first of all, good morning, everyone. Nice to be here. So when you look at the challenges, I think during the pandemic, I think the world saw this substantial disruption in the flow of food from origin to market. And it has also led to protectionism, right? So which is one of the challenges when it comes to food security, because countries started to have a strategic reserves multiple times of what they actually need. So this caused shortage of food across the world. I believe that this is one challenge we need to contend with when it comes to food security and supply chain. Secondly, also I believe the climate change is also causing disruption when it comes to production capacities at the traditional origins, which means people have to adapt to getting food from other origins, right? So this is another challenge that one typically faces. So what it really requires here is a more collaborative approach, and here, the food security strategy of UAE is well articulated. One of the key themes of that is to diversify the origins, which is what we do at Abu Dhabi Food Hub. What we seek to do is to study the various origins, the supply chain, and then see how we can unlock potential from origins that previously did not have access to the UAE market, or the re-export market from here, which is a great opportunity for us. And the way we look at technology is to see, because today, if you take a customer's point of view, the customer requirements and tastes, they are very dynamic and they keep changing by the minute. So if you as a business, you're not prepared to meet this change or changing demand, you'll be out of business very quickly, which means that you need to have technology that can prioritize the sales channels in accordance with what the customer wants, right? And that then becomes a very complex management of the entire value chain, right, from production to the ultimate customer. Yes. So what technology can do is to create this collaboration to digitally include all the stakeholders within the value chain. So be it a private player or a government agency that is part of the process when it comes to, say, inspection or approval or customs or whatever. So I think that's where I believe technology plays a big role, as well as in market access for buyers across the world, cross-border, as well as within UAE, to be able to access product at the right time and at the right cost.
That's very interesting. And can you actually reflect to us more on what you think is the optimal role for public-private partnerships?
Well, if you look at the food value chain, you see multiple players across the various nodes of this value chain, and some of them are from the private sector, but the government also has a big role to play when it comes to regulations and provision of infrastructure, when it comes to ease of business making. So it's very important that there is a clear collaboration. And as far as UAE is concerned, the government has now opened up a lot of new countries through the tariff agreements and CEPA, and also the government is investing through the government vehicles into many countries, right? So as private sector, I believe that there should be an alignment between what the country is seeking to do and where the private sector should go. So that creates a lot of opportunities for a partnership. So in a public-private partnership, you basically combine the strengths of the government or a public sector company and the agility and market knowledge and industry knowledge of the private sector. So it's an ideal combination if you really want to quickly move and take control of a certain industry or meet the overall objectives of where the country wants to go. And also, importantly, I think these projects to be sustainable, they need to be commercially viable. So I believe that is another contribution a private sector can make, because typically the private sector thinks in a very commercial way.
That's great, Ken. You have a very unique position. You are an omni-channel aggregator, and at the same time you are involved across different parts of the value chain in the processing and the distribution. And I would say you're also one of the most companies exposed to the customers, directly exposed to the customers, and also exposed to the producers and the service providers. So one thing is, I would like to know from you, what is your view on the key challenges facing the region and facing obviously the UAE, and also what do you think is the role of technology in solving these problems? We have seen in the morning metaverse and all these things. So what, in your perspective, is a way that technology can solve some of these problems, and the role of a company like Barakat in securing or creating, enabling food security and being in line with the strategy of UAE, whether the food security strategy or the cluster strategy?
Thanks, Saifullah. As you correctly mentioned, we are in a unique position because one, we are at the epicenter of food security, which I think is one of the main challenges, along with, say, protein and grains and oilseeds. Because fruits and vegetables obviously is very, very basic. Besides that, as you mentioned, we are also an omni-channel aggregator. We're very unique in that sense because we have, we service B2B, we service B2C, we service D2C, and in D2C, several consumer touchpoints where we are actually outsourced for platforms for the fruits and vegetable business. And we also service platforms. We have our own platform. Besides that, we also have our own model concept stores, which basically serve for brand experience. So given this kind of diverse consumer touchpoints, we are well positioned to be able to understand consumer needs better. So that's one point. Second, by virtue of us being in the business for the last 47 years, we've built a global network of suppliers from across the globe. That also helps us to connect both the consumers along with the growers and suppliers. So primarily we work with growers. Now within growers, as part of the food security program, what happens is that there could be challenges that are there in some parts of the world. Our role that we see is to basically make sure that we aggregate the demand well, because as far as the grower is concerned, he needs predictability. And I think in any business, if there's predictability, there's profits, because there's less waste. So we are able to provide that predictability by aggregating the demand of all our consumers and then helping to build buyback arrangements. Another want from the grower side, they want something which is contracted for the year on terms of price and quantity. So that's something that we play a role in. What we've also done is that as part of the food security program, which again, as I tout as the major challenge here, we've tried to move the needle in terms of localization. So in 2020, just to give you a perspective, in 2020, we were 8% fruits and vegetables in our portfolio. Today, it is 26%. So we work very closely with farmers and growers. We work with close to 50 large farms in the UAE. And we not only provide them in terms of, as I mentioned, a good value for their produce, but we also serve as a link between technology providers and make sure that they're able to give the product which is required. For example, if this market is used to European leafies or say produce, then you need technology which comes from Europe. And that's where we come in terms of providing, making the connection with the grower and in Europe and locally. Even we've taken them to the Indian subcontinent. For example, because of the Red Sea issue, we had problems in terms of the melons coming over from Brazil or Latin America. So we would connect the growers in Latin America to the growers in India so that at least we make sure that our supply chain is preserved. So I think as aggregators, we see a role for ourselves in being able to do that. And then also in terms of, because we have the consumer touch point, making the consumer or the customer adapt to new origins. Because making the change also is one of the challenges. So being at the forefront of consumer touch point, we are able to do that better than anyone else. Coming back to technology, I think we don't see ourselves as technology providers, at least from the farming point of view, where, say, companies who are very good at that. But I think we see ourselves as facilitators. We see ourselves as using technology to use the agile systems that are available in terms of traceability, in terms of communication to the customers, in terms of their carbon footprints. Like, for example, today, we are able to exactly tell a customer on his invoice by line item in terms of what's the carbon kilos that they save based on the substitutability of that particular product, which was supposed to come by either air or ship, but is getting produced locally. And that is something that we give them at the end of the month, a statement, and then from 1st of November, it will be a portal where they can log in, get their carbon kilos saved, and then able to project it onto their ESG reports. So I think that's where we use technology, but not really in terms of being a technology provider.
I'm interested in that regard, since there is a full disclosure to the customer on part of it, carbon footprint, along with also some nutritional facts and so on. So do you see a role for the customer in terms of diversification of supply, or in terms of enabling food security strategy?
See, as far as the customer is concerned, he's completely dependent on us in terms of, and they're used to a particular origin. So for us, the way we see ourselves is, if we need to get a consumer accustomed to something new, then we use things like roadshows, where we really present new concepts, we present new origins, and get the consumer to try. Because we have the confidence, we are able to translate that confidence to our customers in terms of trying new origins. And as a result of which, we are able to ring fence or secure different origins and not get stuck to one particular origin. Case in point being bananas. Everyone over here has grown up either on Ecuadorian bananas or Philippine bananas.
Yes.
But today, you know, a good portion of it is coming from the subcontinent.
Yes.
Okay, so this kind of diversification has a role to play. We as aggregators have a role to play in terms of getting the market used to it because of a need of food security.
Very interesting. And Abdullah actually gave us an interesting story about bananas. I'm not sure we're going to talk about it now. But let's tackle the agriculture, and then I'll go back to you, Abdullah, on the things that are DP World doing right now. So from a smart irrigation standpoint, from an agriculture standpoint, what do you think that the practices that need to be adopted in order to mitigate risks of food security?
The technology sector is really presenting itself as a lifeline to salvage agriculture across its value chain, across both regionally and globally. Although still the rate of penetration in tech in agriculture is still relatively less advanced compared to the rest of the industries. When you look into medicine, telecommunication, all that, we're still at I would say at a very very limited adoption for it, but it does give us a lot of, like I mentioned, like a live stream for the industry to continue in many aspects. One of them is the precision agriculture that we start using it. So now we can leverage the use of satellites, drones, to optimize our use for irrigation, for water, for fertilizers, without having to deploy different sensors everywhere. We can use that through satellite or drone imagery. And by that, we save a lot of water and we save the overconsumption of fertilizer that reflects in our operational costs, and also it protects the environment by not having this chemicals residue into the groundwater. So that's one example of it. Another one is in the more data we gather, the more we're able to start utilizing the advanced technologies like AI and ML in terms of optimizing our production mix, leveraging when to harvest, when to plant, and if we run that through across the whole chain. So if I get from Kenneth what's his preferences and his sales price during certain period, then I can work it backward to optimize my production so I can meet his clients' demands, and that way he's in a safe way where he's able to sell at a good price, I'm able to sell at a good price, and we can avoid wastage, which is again a big issue in food security. So that's another aspect of how technology is helping the industry. On another note, also, you'll be surprised that the adoption of technology is happening now in two ways, either with international conglomerates who are utilizing it by linking in their self-driving tractors to satellite and GPS and optimizing the production on fields, or in very remote areas like in India, Nepal, Bangladesh. And the reason for that is that till today, 70% of our food is still produced by small stakeholder farmers. And these farmers are usually in rural areas where we're facing an aging population. The younger generations are really not interested much in agriculture. It's a tiring job, it's not paying well, it's really a very frustrating job as well. And this aging population is finding in technology really their helper. So it's becoming, you see now, I was surprised to see that the adoption of drones in agriculture is happening in Nepal and India. Farmers are using it to plant, to spray their chemicals, to do their fertilizer. We're seeing now a lot of adoption on smartphones. Everybody has smartphones, so now they're getting weather updates, and the extension services are able to reach people that were not able to reach them before by giving them some support. Even ourselves, we did a project with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It was a part of UAE aid to Liberia, and that's exactly what we did. We just created a portal for the farmer, and they're not able to, so that we linked everything to IoT devices, and now from our offices in Abu Dhabi, we can do support for the farmer, help him how to mitigate these things, how he can optimize his production. So definitely technology, and the more we adopt it, the more it's going to be, it's going to service and help the industry and food security in general in mitigating the risks that we're facing.
The question I would like to follow up on that is that I'm sensing from what you're saying that the majority, given that the majority of farm owners are the small landowners, they're not the big, large corporations. How are you, as in the company, as AgroLand, how are you able to generate demand from those who constitute the majority of the owners of the farmland?
That's very interesting. Now there is it's a global trend, especially when we look into commodities. There's in the agri industry as a whole, there's a lot of discrepancy. The farm gate of a lot of commodities that we pay a lot for is really sometimes less than 1/10.
Okay.
With the help of technology now and the help of the supply chain visibility, we're able now to increase the farm gate prices by what a lot of the big chains are doing, which is the ethical sourcing. So we're seeing that happening now in chocolate, in coffee, and even in sugar, and a lot of the commodities that are reliant on the small stakeholder farmers. So, and our role is not to compete with them. We don't want to compete with them. Our role is also to support them, to give them enough technical backup to do an offtake, a fair offtake agreement for them to take these products, so that we can reach our consumers. We work a lot. Again, this is a very important role, which like our integral relationship in our work, for example, with DP World is very important, because whenever we go into a new market, and we're active in Africa and East Europe, the first thing we do is we reach out to DP World and say, how can we work out the logistics? Because we need to get this product out from point A to reach the UAE. And it really makes or breaks many of the investments that we look into if DP is not able to service it in a proper, in a competitive rate for many reasons that are beyond us. So this is where we come in. And this is where we can come in also in coming up with value-added services to the farmers to assist them, and also to bring in new varieties, bring in more heat-resistant varieties, more drought-tolerant varieties that can help them achieve productivity levels that will achieve enough productivity to attain their resilience and their substances at the farm. So that's the area that we play in. Yes. That's where we can come in as
an engineering partner.
As an engineering partner or a service provider working in that space.
Yes, that's interesting. So going to Abdullah, now there are two sides of the coin with regards to food sustainability, which is ensuring self-sufficiency and at the same time ensuring proper sourcing. So would like to have from you reflection on DP World's investments in that regard. There is obviously the food logistics hub, there is the agri-terminal and others. So how is DP World working towards ensuring we have the right supply chain infrastructure to mitigate risks of food security?
Sure. So we are working with the private sector in order to alleviate food security for the Emirate of Dubai. So we have embarked on a new journey last year that was announced. The construction of the agri-terminal, it's a 550 million dirham worth of a project. It will not only alleviate the food security for the UAE, but for the region and beyond. Jebel Ali Port in particular is responsible for 76% of all what we consume in the UAE. And and the agri-terminal in particular is not going to serve the needs of Dubai and the United Arab Emirates. These pulses are brought in from Canada, from all over the world. It gets processed in Jebel Ali, it gets sent to the local market, and then it gets also re-exported to support other nations around us. India is the largest consumer of pulses, but it is also the largest importer of pulses, and we contribute to the sustainability. We contribute to a sustainable flow of pulses to India through the agri-terminal in Jebel Ali. Last year we have also, in July this year, we have also, under the patronage of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid, we have signed a concession agreement with the Dubai municipality to manage the Ras Al Khor market. Ras Al Khor market is a very interesting market for the Emirate of Dubai. It does not only serve the local market, it serves the GCC market. More than 35% of what is being traded is actually exported from Al Awir market, and we are expanding the market in the coming years. This is also in alignment with the initiative that has been announced by the ministry with regards to the various clusters that are being created in the Emirate, and we are working hand in hand to reinforce that with the Ministry of Economy and all the actors and players in the food sector. Finally, technology. Technology is extremely important. We've heard technology in raising agriculture. We've heard technology in creating the right distribution network. There is also the soft technology, which is extremely important to increase the shelf life of the product. So in partnership with Dubai municipality, and right after COVID-19, we have launched a platform called Zahidi. And the objective of that platform is to accelerate the clearance of the cargo from the port, to ensure that the trader, the consumer, has the maximum life shelf of the product when it gets sold. Of course, more needs to be done, and you know, we're very much open to engage with the industry expert around this table at a subsequent stage to see how can we further alleviate the food security for the United Arab Emirates. We finally, you know, global partnership is extremely important. You know, after COVID-19, many countries started thinking, how can we protect ourselves? The answer is not to create protectionist measures. The answer is to embrace open trade, to embrace free flow of cargo. There is enough supply across the globe to feed the 8 billion people. People say we have another 2 billion to feed. I'm sure there is enough resources across the globe to feed the additional 2 billion of people that hopefully will come in the next 20 years by 2050. It's only a matter of working together. It's a matter of adapting this innovative technology. You know, the humanity have never been so much advanced than it is today.
Yes.
We have all the tools, all the technology. You know, the drones that are being used in India. It really amazes me, you know, how these technologies are being used. So we can create the right fertile, the right environment to grow crop. We can inject just enough fluid and water into a plant, you know, at the right time to make it grow. So technology is available. It's only a matter of prioritizing, investing in these technologies, investing in needs rather than wants.
Yes.
And I'm sure there is more than enough to serve the growing population of this.
That's perfect. Abdul-Jabbar, can we reflect a bit on partnerships, the role of partnerships?
Okay, I will start with one thing, you know, and it is the learning of my life, that partnerships only succeed when there is a commonality of purpose. And as I said in the beginning of the discussion, that, you know, our partnerships, you know, with our partners go, you know, 4 decades, 3 decades minimum, you know, and with, as I said, with Jebel Ali Port, similarly with our customers and, you know, with technology providers. So we have been partnered with DP World in particularly, you know, because it is very, you know, much related to this subject that we are all sitting together to discuss the food security. We have been, you know, if our products have reached to, you know, have penetrated into more than 100 countries, it was only possible because of the great partnerships that we had with the logistics and the, you know, shipping providers, the free zone providers. And then comes our customers who are across the, you know, 50 countries where we have our more than 90 operations. So we are not only associated with our customers and with the port authorities, but with a lot of government authorities, with a lot of, you know, public sector influencers, you know, who are key stakeholders in providing us support. So, you know, as I said, the most recent one is the partnership that we have in Africa with DP World, where we have put up a plant. Now, this plant is strategically located, which will help in long term the UAE's you know, vision of 2051, where we are going to eradicate the hunger. So the spread of this product will be all over the African region, particularly the landlocked countries who have no access to the ports.
Yes.
And they have manufacturing units, but they cannot produce because they are dependent on the importation of the raw materials. And with all these challenges that we face in an environment which is very friendly for business, it is very difficult for a lot of countries. So there comes the role of IFCO, a company like IFCO, who is very diverse.
Yes.
And as we say, you know, diversity is our strength. Today we are diversified in these many countries, with those many operations, only because we have been very successful with our partners. So we first of all understand what is the common goal with our partners. We agree, and then we go and execute. So that's the reason of our success in this region and internationally wherever we operate.
My eyes now are on Jesse. So I think we're done. But would you like to entertain a couple of questions from the audience? One question. Okay. So we have one question, please, from the audience. Honestly, that's a very tough challenge. I have excellent 5 speakers and extremely interesting topic. So 40 minutes really is very tough. So who has a question, if you would like to ask questions to any of the panelists? Any questions? Jesse is already making sure we don't go over time. Okay, so thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. That has been a very, very interesting session. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I know the easiest thing to do is blame it on Jesse. So you all do that when you run out of time, but you did very well. I know this topic cannot be summed up in 30 or 40 minutes, but this conversation can definitely continue. Thank you so much. So kind of you. And you can ask all the questions you have in between the networking, or you can reach out to our guests as they make their way. So following up and as a continuation to the topic that we've just heard, we're going to detail one more layer, this time in a detailed presentation, focusing more on the impact and this print of Dubai and how Dubai and the UAE are actually shaping the future of this industry. You have a pen and paper. You're going to want to take note of these numbers because they're quite impressive. Dubai, as you know, in a very short period of time, has become a central hub for this industry, specifically the agri-tech innovation and injecting technology in this vital industry. Now, this sector is projected to double by 2030, basically helping to address the global food security challenges. Now, the UAE has set an ambitious target to reduce food waste, which currently accounts, and this is a challenge, food waste accounts to 30%, okay, of a global food production. This is through advanced food processing, storage solution, and many artificial intelligence-driven technologies to help reduce this number. Now, in 2024 alone, the region's food and beverage sector is expected to grow significantly, contributing to $15 billion in economic trade between F&B businesses, governments, and international partners. What does this all mean, Jesse? This means, again, that Dubai is shaping the future of the food and beverage industry, which is exactly the topic of our next presentation. So please welcome our expert to present this topic, Dubai to the world, shaping the future of the food industry, Yusuf Tambawala, who's the VP, Growth and Business Support for Parks and Zones at DP World GCC.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Your mic will be on in a second, and this is your timer at the left side, so you don't blame Jesse when you run out of time. Deal?
Don't worry, I will finish very quickly.
Thank you, Yusuf.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I was thinking maybe you can put up some music and I can do some dance because I'm coming in the backdrop of a very powerful panel. A very powerful panel which included my boss and who've taken the thunder away of my story that I'm going to share here with you. Well, to be honest, I don't really need to share things with you because when the panel was sitting here, they were giving you testaments of how we as DP World have partnered with you, how you have benefited from it, and there is nothing more to say. But since we've gathered together after almost about a year, it is very essential for you to know how we've moved forward together collectively. And I think that's what I'm going to focus the presentation today on. So let me move ahead with the green button. I think the National Food Security Strategy is a guiding star for most of us sitting in this audience. And likewise, it has also been a guiding star for us at DP World. everything that we've done, which we've done for the food sector in partnership with you, is primarily to enable and ensure that we as a nation have a food security strategy in place which is well implemented, and ensure that we continue to provide for at the time of crisis. It reminds me of the time of 2020 when we were in the beginning of the COVID crisis, and even then I was working with DP World. We needed to ensure collaboratively with companies like Dahra and other ADQ entities, we ensure that the flow of rice was seamless in the country. Never did you, as an individual consumer, ever feel that there is no rice in the market or at the supermarket shelves. And that was because we all worked collectively to ensure that these shortages are never met. Therefore, I always believe that the National Food Security Strategy is going to continue to remain our guiding principle. The UAE food sector is poised for growth. We are growing, we are expected to continue growing at a 4% CAGR, and I think that the trade will grow at a much faster rate than that. We have benefited sometimes, I regret to say, out of the crisis in the region, but we need to ensure that we take these advantages to ensure that nobody goes hungry. There is the Urban Plan 2040 of Dubai is expected to have create an increase of about 134% in the hospitality space. We are expected to have a population of 7.8 million people by 2040 just in the Emirates of Dubai, which is 5 million more than we have today. We are at about 2.8 million people, 400,000 transient. And we are expected to have about 1.7 billion square feet of land further dedicated to economic activity. We continue not just to serve the UAE and the GCC, we continue collectively to even serve the larger regions. As our friends from IFCO were sharing with you, we continue to serve even the African markets. The African markets continue to serve to us through the various gateways that we've created in DP World. There are a few growth drivers for the food business, and the key growth drivers is that consumption continues to grow as our GDP continues to grow. We are consuming more than we used to consume usually. Hopefully we are consuming, we are not wasting, but we are growing at about 4% per annum. Tourism, as I showed you in the last pictures, will continue to grow. Therefore, we'll have more and more people coming into the UAE and in Dubai, and therefore we will need to serve those people. But more importantly, as somebody said in the morning, we continue to export and re-export. And that's very important to us, because that's the strength or the pillar at which we are building up the economy. And last but not the least, the markets are expanding their product offerings. So we'll continue to bring in newer products into the market, probably newer players into the market. You may face some competition, but the market's growing. The F&B sector continues to provide us opportunities. The key drivers for this sector, if you look at it from the perspective of how much we are importing about 24 billion, we did about $24 billion worth of import in 23, of which cereals, meats, fruits and nuts, beverages, dairy product, and sugar, cocoa and tea were the key imports that we had. But out of the 24 billion, with the value addition that we've done, we've exported about 13 billion. And that's very important, because that's where all of us have worked to create value into what came here as raw material. Our local consumption continues to grow, and as Abdullah pointed out in the last panel, at Jebel Ali, we continue to handle about 73% of the total imports or the total food and beverage trade in value terms through our terminals. And we are host to many of you sitting here. We have, at this point in time, over 700 companies in the food and beverage sector, in the Jebel Ali Free Zone, in the National Industries Park, and that family is set to grow as we move forward with the new endeavors, which I'm going to share with you shortly. This is currently DP World's ecosystem, and most of this ecosystem, save a few, are serving the food business. But the most important addition to that is the existing Alavir fruit and vegetable market, which has also joined the family. The Jebel Ali terminal, which also Abdullah referred to, particularly the agri terminal, continues where we have the largest facility for sugar, a large and growing facility for oil, meaning edible oil, and we have the addition of cereals and pulses, which are getting added through the agri-terminal investments that we are doing that we've done in the recent past. Our food and beverage successes are not just in importing and exporting. Those successes lie in the fact that we are doing value addition within the ecosystems that we have. So I did not sell to you that we have the ports and terminals business, the parks and zones business, we have the digital platform of Dubai Trade available for you, and more importantly, now we have market access to the DP World Logistics. But each of these enablers are facilitating and helping you create value in various parts of the food business, including tea processing, sugar, canned produce, chocolates. We even have a fish farm in our economic zones businesses, and of course the snacking businesses. This morning we had one of our partners also, you almost saw him virtually here. In the recent past, we've had several initiatives that we've taken in partnership with various organizations to ensure that we strengthen the value chain of the food businesses. Some of which my CEO just spoke about, the $150 million that we've invested in the agri-terminals. We're developing a cold chain logistics hub to ensure that cold chain integrity of the food is maintained. I don't have to tell you how important that is becoming with the climate change that is taking place. While we are doing and creating more and more cold chain footprint, we are also ensuring that we are becoming more and more sustainable as DP World. And last but not the least, developing the world's largest logistics center for food trade, which I'll talk a little bit about as we move forward. On July 10th of this year, His Highness entrusted DP World with another responsibility to ensure the operations of, or smooth operations of the fruit and vegetable markets in the Alavir area, or Ras Al Khor area as you know it. We have been up for that challenge, and with an additional responsibility of ensuring that we become one of the largest markets in the world, and that can happen with your support. Many of you are participants of this market, and collectively, inshallah, we will not just grow because we are going to consume more, but we will grow because we are going to export more, and we are also going to re-export more. So just to give you a flavor of what's happening in the market today. Today, the market has about 350 traders. We do about 2.3 million metric tons of fruit and vegetable trade through this market. It captures about 53% of the UAE market, and then one would wonder, where is the rest of the produce going? A lot of it is sitting outside the market because the market today does not have adequate capacity. We have about 184 wholesale outlets and many other combinations of various kinds of facilities in this market. But these markets offer us a lot of opportunities where we will partner with you to improve. Improvement of the infrastructure, creating multi-category facilities so we are no longer a fruit and vegetable market, but serving the needs of what the customer in the HoReCa business is looking for, what the institutional business is looking for. He just doesn't want to come and pick up his fruits and vegetables, but he wants to ensure that he gets his meat supply, he gets all his dry goods supply from this market. It will have increased transparency, and of course, it's going to have a new digital, it will have a lot of new digital services. Many of you who are using them would have noticed that some of them got enabled yesterday. The fruit and vegetable market is also expected to grow quite well. We expect a CAGR of about 4%, and by 2030, we think that we will be at about 4.6 million metric tons of fruit and vegetable trade. And this is, of course, for the reasons that I shared with you earlier. But more importantly, because we will also play a role collectively with you to ensure that we are doing a lot of value addition to these products for the purpose of exports as well as re-exports. Just to put things into perspective, and I think Abdullah mentioned some of these numbers, we are 85% of all fruit and vegetable consumption we are importing. 15% we are producing, which we should be very, very proud of. And we will continue to grow this production with some of you who are here with us. Out of this, we are consuming 65%, but more importantly, we are re-exporting about 35% to key markets like Saudi Arabia, even India, Kuwait, Oman, Yemen, Pakistan, etc. So the new Al-Awir food market is going to be the future of food trade. This brings DP World downstream one more level, but we continue to operate as a B2B operator. We will be only the enablers and facilitators in this market to ensure that you can seamlessly continue to do trade. However, we do have our offerings through the market access products, and I have my colleague Tariq, who's here with us, who can help you actually reach markets that you've not been able to reach. This is through our DP World Logistics Solutions, where we can actually provide you or create reach for you in markets that are difficult for you to reach, but where we have our presence, particularly those which are in the subcontinent as well as in Africa. Thank you very much. I have been well within time, exactly on time actually, just one more minute, and I'm happy to take any questions that you may have. No questions, that's good. Yes, sir. Sorry?
So when do we expect the new Al-Awir warehouse to be on operation?
I think there is a transition period. The fruit and vegetable market are very important for the food security of this nation, and particularly the Ras Al Khor markets are very important for the food security of the nation. You cannot just do anything without first improving the infrastructure, ensuring that we create higher enablement and higher trade. But for sure, over the next 3 years, you will see a lot of change. Okay. Thank you very much. And I wish you all a very good afternoon. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Yusuf. I'll also give another award for punctuality, okay? You'll have to, you and Bayoumi are competing on day one. and thanks for the visual representation of the insight. It's quite visually appealing, and it also helps to ingrain and increase information retention. This coming topic is one of my personal favorites. You'll see why. As a journalist a long time ago for Forbes and Sky News and BBC, I covered SMEs quite a lot from different perspectives and different industries. And to see the impact of SMEs on economies, and particularly here in the UAE, where SMEs contribute 94% of total companies in United Arab Emirates, it's quite a wonderful journey to see how it's grown. Any SME owners here or founders? Any SMEs in the room? Yes, here they are. Yeah, put it all the way up. You should be very proud. It's not easy to start an SME and continue it. Over 400,000 SMEs are operating currently in the UAE, and they play a significant role in what we're talking about, innovating and growing the F&B manufacturing sector. Now, the UAE, of course, has supported also the ecosystem, including the Food Tech Valley in Dubai, which is aimed to support the agri-tech startups and SMEs, food manufacturer, with the goal, specific goal of increasing local food production by 30% by 2030. Now, F&B startups are expected to contribute back up to $40 billion in food trade for the UAE, also by 2030. 2030 and 2050 are two big years for SMEs. So the last session is going now to focus on how to empower SMEs, how to enhance the startup and entrepreneurship ecosystem in the UAE and F&B manufacturing industry. To do that, I'm going to start by inviting the moderator and the wonderful experts who are going to give you more details. Ananya Narayan, who's the CEO of Hunter Foods. Ananya, I believe, was in the Foodverse earlier on today. Please join the stage as you're going to lead the group of experts who will join you, starting with Majid Abdul Karim Julfar, who's the Director of Trade Credit Insurance and Expert Financing at Etihad Credit Insurance. Welcome, Majid, on stage. Abdullah Al-Hamid, who's the VP SMEs, Emirates Development Bank. Any SMEs need funding, he's your guy. Rashi Chaudhry, who's the founder at Play. Noor Shawwa, who's the Managing Director of Endeavor UAE. And Tom Harvey, Commercial General Manager at Spinneys. You will have about, yes, give them a round of applause. Very important topic. We'll give you about 5 minutes at the end as well for Q&A, and your timer has started. Good luck.
Absolutely delighted to be here, especially on a topic which is very close to my heart. When it comes to empowering SMEs and building the ecosystem for the UAE F&B manufacturing sector, that's exactly what we've been going through for the last decade or more. So very excited to be here, and it's such an opportune time with the commitment from the UAE government on the F&B sector, one of the 5 key sectors for the UAE government to prioritize, and in fact we're starting with the food clusters in F&B, so perfect timing. In terms of driving investment into the UAE, it is a great time. The amount of things that the UAE government is doing to help manufacturers, whether it is from ICV, UAE First, Make It in the Emirates, to initiatives like SEPA, it's been fantastic. So on the panel today, we've got all the experts from the different areas, whether it be the entrepreneur, whether it is the banker who's going to help fund, whether it is the retailer with Tom and with Spinneys, when it comes to the insurer to make sure that the risk is minimized for the entrepreneur, and the scale-up enabler, Noor from Endeavor. So we've got a lot we want to discuss, so we're going to get right into it. I wanted to start by discussing what are some of the key initiatives that each of the panelists here in their respective fields are doing to really help that ecosystem. If we can start with you, Noor, talking a little bit about Endeavour and how you're helping the ecosystem.
Great. Can everybody hear me well? Okay, so my name is Noor Shawa. I work with Endeavour. Endeavour is a non-profit organization that works with what we call high-impact entrepreneurs. Our definition of a high-impact entrepreneur is twofold. One is that they're entrepreneurs that take a small business and they scale it up significantly to achieve success. That could be an IPO, an exit, or achieving 10x revenue growth to be at least a $100 million business. In the process of doing that, they tend to be some of the largest job creators in an economy. They create wealth for themselves and people around them, and they create stories that inspire other people. The second part of what makes us define as a high-impact entrepreneur is that these entrepreneurs, when they achieve success, they start mentoring, investing in the next generation of entrepreneurs, and some of them go out and start second businesses. And very interestingly, some of them actually have people that worked with them that go out and start businesses themselves. So a very good example of this are the founders of Careem. It's a business that has achieved success that we all know about. But what a lot of people might not know is that they're active investors and mentors. And there was a report that came out a couple of years ago that showed that there was almost 200 startups in the region that were started by people that used to work at Careem. So Endeavour focuses on these entrepreneurs. I'll tell you a little bit about what we do once we engage them. We support these entrepreneurs when we engage them when they are past the startup stage. So an interesting analogy is that it's almost like when their business transitions from the childhood stage and they're moving into an adolescent stage where they have product market fit and they're really looking to scale this thing to the next level. There's a lot of potential, but there's a lot of chaos and a lot of change that happens. And a lot of these entrepreneurs at that stage outgrow their personal network. So Endeavour comes in and provides support by connecting them to mentors who are successful entrepreneurs, executives, investors, and consultants who have very relevant experience and volunteer their time to help mentor these entrepreneurs, to help them make better decisions. And then we support them also if they're looking to expand to other markets, they can leverage the Endeavour office in that other country. We almost tell the entrepreneurs to look at Endeavour as a second embassy in that other country, or by getting access to investors if they're fundraising. Just to give a quick footprint in terms of Endeavour, we've selected about 2,500 entrepreneurs in 43 markets around the world. Combined, they generated $50 billion in revenue and have employed 4.1 million people. So we focus on these entrepreneurs that have the desire and the potential to scale to the next level. And we always tell the entrepreneurs, we sit on the entrepreneur's side of the table. We operate as a nonprofit. So any revenue that we generate is a means to an end for us because we are a purpose-driven organization to make sure that we help these entrepreneurs achieve success. And we do that, but then we also engage with the ecosystem to build relationships with government, investors, and others to make sure that we can help foster an entrepreneurship ecosystem. I manage the UAE, and we've been operating here for 11 years now. Some of the entrepreneurs in the network are Property Finder, Tabi, Kitopi, BNB Group, Hunter Foods, and many others. So I'll just stop here.
No, thanks, Noor. It is really enabling the ecosystem for scaling up. So that's great. I want to go ask Abdullah to talk a little bit about, all the different facilities which are open to the SME manufacturing sector, especially with the priority on F&B being one of the 5 key pillar sectors.
Thank you. So in terms of our 5 sectors, 2 of the sectors, food security and manufacturing, falls under the sectors that you've mentioned and what we consider as a priority. The government identified that these 2 sectors need support and need to grow here in the UAE. And as a development bank, we look to finance their growth, expanding their factories, purchasing machineries, through different financing products. What differentiates us as a development bank, we don't only look at the commercial aspects, we look at the developmental aspect also. Today, when we look to finance a project, we measure how much economic impact to the overall GDP this project will have, if it will have import substitution, export promotion, advanced technology, bringing in experts, creating jobs, local content. All these items comes into play when we look at assessing any project that we look to finance. And what does the financee gets in return? He gets a better pricing, longer grace period, and longer tenor for the project that we look to finance. So this is the main project. So we're a project, we really focus on the project finance. We understand manufacturing. All our team members understand the sector very well. And we look to support the companies that look to grow in this sector. The other part I want to touch on is the startups and entrepreneurs. Now, this is a sector where today has limited support, and we recognize that, and we know that there is a huge gap today. What we're aiming to start is the industrial incubation program, in addition to the Agri-X accelerator program that we have to support UAE farmers. And this incubator program will help enable the startups and entrepreneurs to make it easier for them to start in the industry. Why? Because we already have a strong established network of manufacturers in food and steel and aluminum. All of these manufacturers come under our portfolio, and they've expressed also interest in giving back also, guiding these new entrepreneurs into establishing their business, be it mentoring, matchmaking, understanding the business. All these will be available to any entrepreneur that will be part of the program that inshallah we will be launching soon.
No, thank you so much, Abdullah. I wish when I'd taken over and we were starting the journey, we had EDB at the time. I think it's going to really help the next generation of F&B entrepreneurs. Tom, you've been doing some remarkable work at Spinneys with the incubator program. Just wanted to see if you could discuss some of the objectives and what you've been doing with the program.
Yeah, so we're now into our 5th year of the incubator program, and I think for us it was about taking a slightly different approach to how to support SMEs. There are already well-established opportunities through loans, through financing, through equity and capital raising. But we wanted to really break down some of the barriers and make it a quick, easy way for SMEs to get onto the shelves. It can be, cash flow is king for a lot of these small businesses. So our approach has been really to take more of creating a safe space for entrepreneurs, for SMEs to come in, test their brand, to not have to pay all of the listing fees, all of the account opening fees, all these things that can be very expensive to at the very start of an entrepreneur's journey, particularly in the world of F&B, in the world of retail. Yeah, it has been hugely successful. We've now brought over 30 companies to our shelves, but also we're particularly proud of the fact that it's been something that's launched into many other retailers as well, not just within the UAE, but we've got plenty of brands that have now launched not only across the GCC, but actually our poster child from the first year is actually having gone from UAE, has moved into the UK, and is just about to get a listing with Whole Foods in the USA and go truly global. So, from small acorns, we really have been able to bring to grow some very big oaks. And for us, what do we get out of it? Well, for me, not only is it just a nice thing to do and something that we can sort of make claims on from an ESG perspective, but actually it's a very affordable way of getting some low-cost R&D. we get to work with some phenomenally talented entrepreneurs, some people who've got some incredibly relevant new concepts, new innovations. And it's a great way for us to test what those concepts are and bring them very, very quickly to the consumers of the UAE and quickly consumer test to see if it's something that can scale up.
Oh, fantastic. And I believe you had the most recent selection just last Friday.
Yeah, so we do it as an annual program. So broadly, it's over the summer we invite all of the applications. That's done as an initial, basically submitting a pitch via the website. And then as we go into December, we go through and shortlist down to a list of 20, which then come through for a bit of a sort of a Shark Tank style presentation where we select the final 5. And I know somewhere in the audience, I think I can see Sida holding a phone up recording, because we've got at least one shortlist for this year in the audience today.
No, brilliant, brilliant. Majid, when it comes to, we can go through the process, but then it's how to mitigate the risk. And that's a very important part of the journey.
I think that's a good question, and I think, today Etihad Credit Insurance has played a big role really in supporting a lot of the SMEs and F&B manufacturers here today in the UAE. We work very closely with our partners, including EDB, that be it really mitigating that risk through credit insurance cover. We've also helped a lot of the manufacturers access new markets by, again, providing them the credit insurance solutions to basically grow their sales and mitigate their risk, because we act as a credit management solution for a lot of these businesses as we basically analyze and assess these buyers globally. And one of the biggest issues every SME, every manufacturer, every business faces is always their getting paid on time, or having any delays of payments, or any potential insolvencies. Uncertainty is something you can never value, so that's why credit insurance solutions are always there. And Etihad Credit Insurance was established as a federal entity to fill in that gap. And I think the government and the leadership realized that there was a need for an export credit agency to be established and develop and accelerate the growth of the businesses and SMEs in the UAE. I think Abdullah mentioned earlier, he said, we're a development entity, or they're a development entity as a bank, but we are, I would say, more of a hybrid between development and a purpose-driven entity. So our mandate is really to support businesses accessing new markets and also safeguarding their payments. I think, without giving out too much information, but you have a list of many manufacturers or retailers or food manufacturing companies listed there. I could tell you easily 80% of those are clients or policyholders of ECI, with the exception of Hunter Food. But,
coming soon to a theater near you.
but again, I think our comprehensive solutions really fits and the requirements of a lot of the businesses in or F&B manufacturers here in the UAE. We're seeing a huge growth with the also with where we have a lot of SEPA agreements. These new comprehensive agreements that has been really led by the UAE government, including our chairman and the Minister of Economy, His Excellency Abdullah Mantoug, has really paved the way for us to support a lot of the manufacturers and exporters from the UAE to access these different SEPA agreements. In the past, it was almost impossible to really access these markets because of the unrealistic tariffs, as you can imagine. So, after some of the SEPA agreements we have established, I think countries like India, Indonesia, Turkey, we've seen a huge growth in terms of export and re-export into these markets.
That's a game changer.
Yes.
Nusa, I'm going to ask our entrepreneur, Rashi, you've been through the entrepreneurial journey twice, first with the Protein Bake Shop and now with Play.
Correct.
There's so many more programs, initiatives, which are available. I wanted you to describe the journey the first time, your journey the second time, and what continues to be some of the pain points that you have, and how the whole ecosystem can actually help you.
Right. So this journey for me has been almost a decade now, because Protein Bake Shop was in 2013, and Play is the next brand. It's actually my second attempt at doing the FMCG, building an FMCG brand. And both the experiences are actually very different, because back then the market was very different, right? So currently we're doing so many things differently. Like we started to manufacture on our own versus co-packing. So I wish I knew about all the stuff that Mr. Abdullah shared, because that would really help us when we started off with Play, which was back in 2022 exactly. So one was, of course, we have our own manufacturing unit, compared to Protein Bake Shop. Second is we've got the right strategic partners on board very early on. Homegrown Ventures, they're actually right here. They, we joined hands with them, and they are actually the region's first VC that specialize in better-for-you CPG products, which is great, right? Because this was not there back then. And we've learned so much in this process. We've grown so quickly because of the support that we've got from them. So that's been great. And then I think one of the things we're doing very differently is handling, making sure financial foundations are good, which I think back then, if we go back, we'll notice like all of the startups were handling everything in a very tech way, and F&B and tech are different. So at that time, the mentality was raise and burn, and that's not what it is right now. We are very careful about trying to get out of the red as soon as possible and not get comfortable there, because that can be unhealthy and not sustainable, right? But I do want to say that there are still some challenges that I think all SMEs face, and I think we need to have more of these platforms where we can discuss this, because there are so many new things we can learn, right? There aren't too many people here who are SME founders, but I think I'd like to say a couple of things about what everyone's struggling with, right? Number one is definitely, there's a very complex process when you just set up a business. The business setup here can be complex, it can be slow. And back in 2022, October to be very precise, it was very difficult for me to even open a bank account. So let alone, getting a loan was just very intimidating. But this is 2022, so now I'm guessing a lot has changed. This is for the beginning, like this is a basic thing. Then comes very high MOQs for packaging material and things like ingredients. Plus, we have to agree, it's an emerging market, right? It's not as mature as the markets we look up to. So some novel ingredients that we all want to use get stuck at customs, for example, and this can delay the process of just launching your product, which can be very hard for an SME because the overheads are obviously there, right? And then we have the problem of cash flow, which I think you are already solving. But what happens is that, I think we all agree, cash flow is the oxygen of the business, right? More so when you are an SME. And there's a mismatch between payables and receivables. So a new entrepreneur is constantly really pressured to handle this mismatch, because my payables are 60 days, my receivables are 90 days. So this causes a massive challenge with cash flow. And then I think comes the major topic where you want to sell. You want to be everywhere. So what do you do as an SME? Obviously, you approach a distributor. Now, with a distributor, it's very challenging because the big distributor does not have the bandwidth to give to a startup. They don't have the energy, the love, the nurture, the attention a startup needs, because they will get you on. That's not the hard part, right? That's not a win for an SME to be with a big distributor. The tough part is the execution on the floor by the merchandisers, because the merchandiser is going to be handling 60 brands, and I think we'll all agree that a startup is like a baby. As cliched as the analogy sounds, you need that much attention. And one merchandiser can't handle your one little brand, right? It needs more time. And then I think, definitely it comes to retailers, right? Now, I love the stuff that Spinneys is doing. I think the incubator model is great because as an SME, at least the barrier to entry is out when it comes to high listing fees and the cost of activation. Because to list one product, like one SKU, is up to 15,000 dirhams. And if you have 15 SKUs, like we have 15, straight away, you're spending more than 200K just on listing with one retailer, right? I think with the incubator program, more and more retailers need to embrace this because this is one way SMEs can actually, sort of move forward. And look, as SMEs, we understand this is a retail, it's a real estate space, right? That's what eventually it is. And we understand that, but I wish there was some way where there's more support for SMEs where if we've shown traction online, if we've shown growth online, if our core values align, then we should get some SME-friendly rates or, just some sort of preference, right? And last but not the least, I think it's finding the right talent here and the right talent with the right startup mentality. And I know it's a hard ask for an SME to tell somebody who is at a senior or junior level, because there's no lack of talent. There's so much here. But to get the right one who's going to leave a secure job and work for a startup is hard. So I've noticed that that's where, we struggle with just getting people who have the right mindset.
No, talent's always the toughest one.
Right.
But you've mentioned quite a lot of points here. So I just wanted to ask Noor the question. You work with so many entrepreneurs, probably with a lot of similar challenges.
Yep.
What would be the guiding path to the entrepreneurs, or how to set up, what's the way forward to try to alleviate some of these issues?
So we tend to work with entrepreneurs when they're at a later stage. So the startup issues are ones that we're not exposed to. But typically what we find, what holds entrepreneurs back from scaling their business is access to talent, access to capital, access to markets. If these three issues are addressed, the entrepreneurs can find their way. So I'll pick maybe one topic and then I guess we can take it from there. On the access to capital, so from my personal experience, having done this now having been working with entrepreneurs for over a decade, access to talent is by far the biggest issue. But the access to capital, because cash flow is important to run the business, I think it's important for a lot of entrepreneurs to kind of take a step back to say, okay, what path do I want to take this business? And typically what I see is that some entrepreneurs take a path of doing a build to own business, and there are some that do a build to sell business. And the way you finance these businesses is very, very different. And it's very misguided for a lot of entrepreneurs in one path when they hear, for example, if they're running a build to own business, and then they hear about a big exit or a big funding round, they say, oh, I want to do that. And then they go and they spend so much time and energy talking to VCs, for example, and they realize it's just not a good fit. So I think a lot of the food and beverage businesses tend to be a build to own. It doesn't mean that they won't sell the business later on, but that just means that because they're going on that path, the way they finance the business has to be adapted to it. So they could have the option of getting debt financing to help them bridge the challenge between receivables and payables. It could be getting negotiation until they get critical mass where they can start having more negotiating power. I think if we look at it from kind of an ecosystem perspective, what's important is the healthy environment. So if you look at economies that really produce, quote unquote, very successful entrepreneurs, the environment is one where the entrepreneur has options. So if the entrepreneur has an option to go to different debt facilities or different players, and then they can basically go and pitch to them or to different retailers, I think that's where, let's say if you're looking at it from an ecosystem, that's what can foster and enable these entrepreneurs to go. Because it's really important to keep in mind that entrepreneurs are a very important part of an ecosystem. They find gaps, they fill these gaps, and they create the future. So it's very important for us as a collective ecosystem to really create an environment where they can thrive. And having worked with entrepreneurs in the UAE and seen entrepreneurs around the world, we have no shortage of entrepreneurs that can achieve amazing success. We just need to move obstacles out of their way, and they will take off. We can have the equivalent of some of the biggest success stories that you would see in North America or Europe or other markets.
Well, that's fantastic. I just want to go back to Rashi's point about that working capital, because there's two ways. Like Noor, you were talking about on the financing side. Either you can get someone to finance you, so finance is not an issue from the get-go. Or the second is you try to build it yourself. Now, if you're trying to build it yourself, then cash flow becomes an issue. So to stay cash positive, I think for entrepreneurs is one of the most important parts. So Abdullah, I wanted to ask you, you were talking about the incubator program or having other opportunities for working capital. How could you help the companies coming up with some of these requirements at EDB?
I see. So again, the hardest people to lend are startups and entrepreneurs. The reason is the mismanagement of their cash flows, not having proper, balance sheet, income statement is not presented very well. The person that's assigned to handle the finances does not have all the expertise around it. So we looked back and said, we cannot support them because we don't want to give them a loan or any support, and then he will not able to pay it back. And then it's very difficult for an entrepreneur to get out of any loan if there are mistakes, especially at the early stage. So what we did, we stepped back. We said, okay, what's the first journey when the entrepreneur establishes a trade license? We see Emirates competing trade licenses are issued within minutes. Then the next step after issuing the trade license, the entrepreneur goes and wants to open a bank account. And there he waits 3 to 6 months. He will be paying fees and minimum balance and all these expenses that comes to it. With us, 15 minutes you can open your bank account. Very seamless, very simple, digital. This is the starting of the journey, what we call EDB 360. And within the app, and you can download it again through the App Store or the Google Store. And again, once it's downloaded and the bank account is established, this application is not a typical bank account. You will see all the services that it has: training and finance, access to different economic departments. It will be an open API sort of thing, where any incubator program or any offerings can be integrated with our application. So this is the first step. It will be a one-stop shop initially. This is our vision of how we want it to look like. Now the second problem that we see SMEs facing today is they are unbankable. So how do we make an SME today from being an unbankable to a bankable SME? This is where we have different training, free training programs actually, for entrepreneurs to join. And again, this is now, I'm sector agnostic here. Any sector can open the bank account and connect with us and be part of the network. And then it comes to the step, okay, they will receive training on becoming bankable. They will understand how to communicate, negotiate with the banks. We've done it many times. If I go to an SME, some of them, they don't know how to negotiate or speak the bank's language, and some of them, they're even tough, and they know exactly word for word how to talk to us and how to get even better terms for themselves. So this is in a way that we offer these kinds of training to protect the startups and entrepreneurs. And anyone can email us and can meet with myself or with anyone in the team and have a general conversation of how can I become bankable? How can I take a loan? How can I manage my cash flows? What are the things that the bank looks at before I go and take a loan? So these are the types of support, what we call beyond banking, that we support the startups and entrepreneurs at all sectors.
It's a very interesting concept you're talking about, especially from making an entrepreneur unbankable to bankable.
Correct.
But just to ask you a little bit more about that, generally, what is the area? I know you mentioned, look, having the right statement of accounts, it's being properly made, properly submitted.
Correct.
But outside of that, what would be the number one advice you would give companies or starting entrepreneurs, what they need to be right to be bankable right from the get-go?
I think cash flow is the best advice. They have to manage their cash flow well. They have to retain the profits in the bank. So banks like to see when the entrepreneurs retaining the profits in any of the company. Growth potential, understanding what you're selling. The know-how has to be there. So it is not all about numbers or a feasibility study that is well-polished feasibility studies given to the bank. The owner has to have the know-how of actually executing the project and to become successful. So there are many advices there is, but I believe know-how and managing the cash flow is the key advice. And this is what we look at. And we actually test any customer when we meet, we ask them, because we finance so many FNBs, we understand the market, we ask them, we test their know-how, and the know-how should be there. And this drives comfort. And this drives us even taking more risk with the customer that we will finance.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Tom, incubator program at Spinneys. I think I could almost see Rashi saying, wow, that's such a great program, but that's with Spinneys. Now, do you think there's a opportunity there to expand that incubator program rather than just at Spinneys into a whole UAE incubator program for retail?
I think there's quite a lot of very good ideas that are all starting to come together, and you know, Rashi talked about it, the VC fund that she's working with, we're already starting to talk to them, so that there is a network of people, there is a network, an ecosystem, a community, whatever you want to call it, that is coming together to support. There has to be a balance in terms of remembering that, you know, we're a business, not a charity. And, you know, whilst we want to do this as a noble effort, we also want to make sure it's something that is actually driving a competitive advantage for us, and not something that I want to share out to everybody. But it is something that we've seen, you know, really scale up in terms of what we're doing within our business, the awareness of it, the number of applications that we get, the way that we're able to support and think about the different aspects and the challenges, like Rashi's mentioned. You know, it's in addition to what we do on the listing fees, we also make sure from a payables and receivables, our payment terms for the first month, when you know, cash flow is at that most critical bit, when that first allocation of stock is going in, is 7 days. So, you know, we make sure that payment is in and very early. We've also found in terms of some of the other suppliers, sometimes they've just been coming to us with a concept. Well, we've been able to give them sort of, you know, letters of intent, give them actually a contract, so that they then can come to the development bank and give the banks the assurance of, there's a customer here, there's somebody else who believes in this. We see it from a financial perspective, there's a retailer seeing this from a product, from a perspective that allows us jointly to do all of those. So, I mean, am I going to do this and suddenly ask all of the other retailers to join in? No. But we've been very, very open about what we do, how we do it, and we would be more than flattered if everybody else wanted to come and copy what Spinneys does.
Absolutely. I mean, you've got to balance out the competitive edge, and I think you are the ones who've started this program. Completely understand. As this entrepreneur starts scaling, says, all right, well, we need to be able to be everywhere. We need to be able to sell everywhere. But by having the risk taken away, well, then you can actually go overboard and say, look, let me just sell to every country because there's less risk. So there, again, needs to be the right balance. How do you usually work with the companies to make sure that the balance is right?
Absolutely. I think ECI, again, demonstrated its ability because we have access to almost 300 million different information system of different buyers, different sellers globally. This obviously helps us and helps our risk underwriting team to basically analyze, assess these buyers to make sure that they are financially viable to basically trade. So it's like basically accessing all the credit bureau information on all of these buyers. We have our own scoring system where we basically rate these different buyers. So to ensure that tomorrow, if Rashi is selling to someone in Egypt, she gets paid on time. There's no delays. The company doesn't have any sort of issues, legal issues or bankruptcies. There's a lot of work that goes into this to make sure that at least the seller accesses one, new markets. Second, also that they are selling to the right buyers as well. Because the last thing you want, again, is to have cash flow issues and ensure that you get paid on time. Payment terms is the name of the game when it comes to selling today. Nobody is going to pay you in advance. It's not a cash business or a cash advance business. Everybody wants payment terms. Here's where we come in and really fill in that gap and ensure that you have a proper, viable payment terms, and also at the same time you have that sort of a cover against these eventualities. We have paid claims, we have recovered claims, and honestly, in the last 6 years that we have been operational, we have given exposures over 10 billion dirhams today. That's an enormous amount of covers and insurance cover for a 6-year-old company. But I think we've really accelerated ourselves fast enough to really support a lot of the businesses, manufacturers in the UAE. Even for entrepreneurs, by the way, I can tell you that, yes, maybe each one has a different scale-up program and at a different stage. I think we have supported some of the entrepreneurs in really giving them that extra layer of security and insurance so they can become bankable at some point in time. Yes. So maybe we come here in between what Noor does and where Abdullah is, and where we can give that extra layer of security to basically give comfort to the banks so that they would give them that funding, let's say.
No, I think it's incredible. Just hearing all the different ways to really help the ecosystem, and I hope for all the audience, it's given you a lot of food for thought, what's available, and how, if any of you are looking for scaling up, not only being an SME, but there are so many opportunities and so many partnerships. Just really want to thank the panel. I think what an incredible panel. I love you guys. And Rashi, thanks for bringing up some of those pain points, the learnings from the journey. I think, it just makes it real. And at the end of the day, it's like, how can we keep improving? I just think there's such an opportunity. One of the things I really hope for in the world is we're going to have our UAE F&B manufacturing, our products from here to the whole world, more and more and more. So it becomes, rather than being something which is a surprise, it becomes, of course, if it's good, it's from the UAE, it's made there. So let's hope we can all keep working towards making that happen. I know we all want to. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to ask you, please, if you can stay for a few seconds just for the group photo. And I'm going to, as you gather, and I know there's a lot of love in this panel. That was quite the panel that's dear to my heart when we talk about SMEs and the difficulties of funding or even opening a bank account, all of which are now super easy. Year to year, it's getting probably one of the fastest countries to open up SMEs when it comes to ease of business is the UAE, constantly record high in the index of ease of business. So with this panel and the focus on the SME, before I send you off to lunch, who's hungry? Yeah, a lot of you started eating, I know. I'm hungry too. Before I send you off to lunch, we're going to do a very quick polling, continuing on our topics, because we're getting a lot of good opinions and some of the feedbacks on the questions. So if I may ask you, please, before you break, can you help me getting more responses by scanning the QR code and answering this next question? In your opinion, what should be the top priority for SMEs in the GCC region, okay, when it comes to funding, mentorship and support, or global market expansion? Poor SMEs, when they first start, they have more existential problems, much more than the expansion issues. Yes, please go ahead. Thank you so much. So what do you think SMEs need more in order to support and boost their growth? Funding. Cha-ching, everyone goes for the money. Okay, that makes sense, but sometimes you need a lot more than just funding. You need talent and you need a very good business infrastructure. Good, next question. So most answers revolved around funding. What factor do you think will drive Dubai's emergence as a global food hub? Strategic infrastructure, favorable regulations, or international trade partnership? Again, here we're setting the spotlight on Dubai as a global hub for this industry. So what factor do you think will mostly drive Dubai's emergence? So a lot of you focus a lot on partnership, be it strategic or global, and there's also a focus on regulations, which are, I must say, regulations here are one of the fastest changing in the region. So we are quite lucky to be boosting SMEs in this ecosystem. Do we have a last question? They're hungry, ya Jama'a, they're hungry. Before they go to lunch, do we have a last question? All right, this is a good one. Do you believe GCC countries should focus more on collab or competition to strengthen the market? So should we focus more on competition or collaboration? By the way, this topic will be the topic of our next panel after lunch. So if you're interested in the competitive market and collaboration factors, do stay after lunch for this upcoming topic. And here are your answers. Most of you think collaboration is key. I'm going to set you off to lunch. Please enjoy lunch and try to come back at 2 o'clock, please. This poll is brought to us by Pinar. We want to thank Pinar for their support on this poll as well. And I'll see you at 2 o'clock. Bon appetit, sahtain, enjoy your lunch, which is right here, actually.
Last in our operations by 39%, while 84% of all energy that we use comes from renewable sources. We have also invested nearly 30 million euros in the recycling value chain to accelerate collection and recycling of carton packages. We are on track to achieve net zero in our operations by 2030, in line with Saudi Vision 2030. Over the last few years, we have embarked on a mission to develop a recycling solution for our carton packages in Saudi Arabia, in line with the mission of Saudi Vision 2030 on waste management. Thanks to our joint investment and partnership with two leading Saudi recyclers, Obeikan Paper Industries, OPI, one of the largest paper recycling companies in the Middle East and North Africa, and Saudi Top Plastics STP, the largest plastics recycler in the region, we have secured a recycling solution for all components of carton packages, not only for Saudi Arabia, but including also neighboring countries.
What's the secret to making perfect rice? It's Tilda Basmati. Tilda has been mastering the art of pure basmati for over 50 years. So you get delicious, fluffy rice to elevate your meals. This is rice perfected. This is Tilda Pure Basmati. Available in traditional basmati and ready-to-heat flavors.
Discover the future of tea
and chocolate.
We are going to be a legendary brand and the world's best seller.
All products are original and revolutionary.
This is the right time and place
for greatness. Nature's Own Factory, for sure, has a great potential to become a market leader in the Middle East and a successful exporter outside the region.
We're full of passion, courage, and persistence to become an example, a pride, a brand that glorifies the country.
We welcome you to
join us on this fascinating journey.
Established itself as the region's trade gateway, and its multimodal logistics infrastructure has enabled the nation to offer market access to the broader trading community. The Abu Dhabi Food Hub, KEZAD, with its direct connectivity to this world-class multimodal network, is well positioned to facilitate global food trade flows. The robust infrastructure of seaports, airports, roads and railways links the UAE to over 3.5 billion consumers across the Middle East, Africa and the Indian subcontinent, allowing an unparalleled trade ecosystem. This enables food products to be transported swiftly and efficiently between trade zones and borders, reducing bottlenecks and building resilience within the overall supply chain. A combination of world-class infrastructure and transport networks and forward-thinking government policies positions the UAE at the heart of a rapidly expanding food industry.
In the footsteps of the past, we find our way, guided by a vision that leads us every day. And from our home, we rose and we flew across the oceans to places far and new. Touching thousands of lives, our story flows with a promise for the better. Our legacy grows. Our story is pure, like the water you drink, and made even better with magnesium and zinc. Our story is sweet, like the snacks that you munch, for that boost of energy or a happy little crunch. Our story is fresh, like the food you love to eat, cooking in the kitchen or when your loved ones meet. Our story is for all, not just me and you, filled with nutrition for the furry ones too. Touching millions of lives, our story flows with a promise for the better. Our legacy grows. Every day we strive to give you the best. Together we thrive and stand apart from the rest. At every step we learn and we scream, giving back to the planet so that it stays evergreen. With ambition as our compass, tradition as our guide, we march towards the future side by side. Touching the whole planet, our story flows with a promise for the better. Our legacy grows. Agthia, 20 years of doing things for the better.
Almarai was founded in 1977. It is considered the world's largest vertically integrated dairy company. In 1996, the company replaced 7 small factories with 1 huge factory. In the following years, Almarai built several additional huge ones. In 1996, Almarai became the first ISO 9001 certified company in the Middle East. In 2005, the company switched to joint stock. It then expanded its activities by acquiring Western Bakeries Company in 2007, supporting its famous brand, Luzine, followed by acquiring Hadco for poultry in 2009 and the launch of its brand, Al-Yom. Today, its market value has reached around $15 billion and has a brand value estimation of $3.3 billion. As the largest food manufacturers and distributors in the Middle East, Almarai has more than 669 different products across 11 brands and produces more than 2 billion kilograms of products annually, equivalent to the weight of nearly 11,000 large commercial airplanes. It established 6 large cattle farms with over 177,000 Holstein cows, which, when lined up, can connect the distance between London and Paris. It also produces over 1.5 billion liters of milk annually, equal to the cargo of nearly 30 Titanic ships. Almarai owns agricultural lands in Argentina and the United States to provide cows' fodder needs, in addition to a special facility that has been established at King Abdullah Port in Rabat to serve as an import and storage center. Almarai tours the world to pick the freshest fruits to offer the most delicious juices, producing over 500 million juice bottles annually. In the bakery sector, through its factories that are the size of 16 football fields and contain the world's longest oven, Almarai produces over 1.8 billion delicious servings of bread and pastries annually. And since we are highly interested in baby food, the International Pediatric Nutrition Company, IPNC, was established with a production capacity of 45 million bottles of infant formula annually. In the poultry sector, Almarai has 4 vast poultry farms, enabling it to produce over 250 million chickens annually, freshly delivered to you by Al-Yom every day. All our products undergo over 39,000 quality tests daily to make sure that products are delivered with a quality you can trust. Almarai products depart from over 119 distribution centers through a fleet of more than 9,000 trucks crossing a distance that exceeds a trip from Earth to the Moon every day, reaching more than 220,000 points of sale located in 7 countries. We form a big connected family of more than 40,000 quality makers, proudly contributing to the delivery of food products to more than 42 million consumers. But our mission did not stop here. As part of Almarai's expansion plan and key contribution in ensuring food security in the kingdom, an additional investment of $1.8 billion in the poultry sector was announced in 2021, aiming to raise its production to 450 million chickens annually by 2026. In addition to preparations to enter the red meat sector with an initial investment of $66.5 million and an investment plan of $67 million in the fish and seafood sector. In 2021, Almarai also fully acquired Baitmarkt in the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain with an additional share value of $25.4 million, and the Modern Food Industries Company with an additional share value of $66.6 million to expand its products in the bakery sector. And in early 2023, Almarai also fully acquired the International Dairy and Juice Limited with an additional share value of $67.9 million. Almarai ensures that innovation is the soul of its team by having nearly 50 products in the process of development at any given time, of which many were released, such as natural honey, hummus, smoky mutabal, iced leaf iced tea, and one bean iced coffee. Almarai received many global awards and rankings, such as a consistent presence on the Forbes list of Middle East top 100 companies, KSA's most influential brand, and KSA's most chosen FMCG brand for 10 years in a row. Almarai will continue to deliver the best products every day with a quality you can trust.
Life is now.
She doesn't wait.
Today is everything.
Today is the best day of my life.
Every day is the best day of my life.
Why?
Because I have dreams.
And I live them every day.
You don't pursue a dream, you live the dream.
Day in and day out.
This is life.
Work hard.
Love it. Love everything about it.
Work right.
Eat right.
When you eat right, you think right. And when you think right, you do right.
Do you read the labels?
Read the labels.
No preservatives, additives, processing.
No fake stuff.
Just real food.
Fresh.
Fresh.
Eat fresh.
Move.
Walk.
Run.
10 p.m.
5 a.m.
Make time.
You're not just you.
You are you.
But you're also me.
You're everybody.
Believe in the farmer.
Believe in the soil of our country.
The United Arab Emirates.
Let's unite.
For a better future.
Believe in tomorrow.
Believe in yourself.
Believe in your best self.
Serve.
Serve humanity.
We deserve it.
You deserve it.
Barakat. Live fresh.
We make trade flow, moving what the world needs to where it is needed. Imagine 160,000 tons of cashews produced, packed, and distributed from Senegal to the world. Or picture 1 in 4 of the world's snowbirds designed, developed, and transported from Dubai to the world. We're propelling trade towards a seamless supply chain, built for today and ready for tomorrow. Because when trade flows, new opportunities follow. DP World. Change what's possible.
The biggest challenge facing humanity, a global population that's on the rise. The world needs to anticipate today its food requirements for tomorrow. Enter Food Tech Valley, the next leap in the UAE's game-changing innovation, and the first of its kind global initiative to unite the complete food and agricultural ecosystem, where food intersects with innovation, knowledge, technology, and sustainability, where passionate minds converge to connect and collaborate, to reshape how food is produced and consumed, to disrupt agribusinesses worldwide. The seeds of change are sown. We're incubating new farming methods, making local, clean food more accessible, empowering farmers, academics, and entrepreneurs, combining cause with commerce, creating an international hub for agtech and food tech. We're advancing food security and sustainability so that future generations are nourished better. Let's all work as one to help solve hunger everywhere, from cell to table. Food Tech Valley, reimagining the potential of food.
In every crunch and every bite,
Hunter Foods offers more than just nourishment. It's an experience of delight and quality. For nearly 4 decades, our commitment has been unwavering to weave a tapestry of ethics and trust into every snack. Guided by our vision of inspiring better snacking, each product is a testament to our dedication to excellence. Our tale begins with Bharat Narayan, Safari Uncle, a visionary who infused his love for children, animals, and life into wholesome treats. Named by Mahatma Gandhi, Bharat was a beacon of integrity and commitment to values such as honesty, sincerity, and hard work, lighting our path to this day. With the rapid growth of Dubai, Sheikh Rashid bin Zayed Al Maktoum's vision took place, and Hunter Foods became the first operational food factory in the Jebel Ali Free Zone. It sprouted as a seed of innovation and care, shaping the city's taste and culture. As Ananya and Yan embraced the legacy, their deep-seated hospitality insights began to shape our snacks. They artfully blended culinary expertise with a keen understanding of consumer tastes, crafting a journey of love, experience, and refined flavor innovation. At our core is a promise: better for you. This extends beyond our conscientiously selected ingredients and loving preparation. We're dedicated to quality, freshness, and a zest for innovation. We cook all our gourmet products with 100% sunflower oil and are 100% vegetarian, 100% MSG-free, and 100% non-GMO. Our commitment to better food is matched by our dedication to a better planet, embracing sustainable practices in every step of our journey. Our journey has elevated our snacks from a local treasure to an international sensation. Spanning over 65 countries, from the bustling cities of Japan to the vibrant streets of Brazil, our flavors unite taste buds across continents. Our products are more than snacks. They're ambassadors of joy and well-being, gracing esteemed venues and diverse tables around the globe, celebrating the universal language of taste and quality.
Our mission is simple: create snacks that are better for you and for the world. As we expand across the globe, we invite you to join our story, our vision, and our passion.
We're not just making snacks, we're also crafting experiences, memories, and future. On our journey to build our legacy, we've just started.
This is only the beginning.
Check, check. Can you please make your way back in? I know, even I'm still stealing some sweets. We will be starting in less than 2 minutes. If you want some sweets, grab them, put them on your table. I'll tell you which ones are the best if I get to do a little bit. So we'll be back in, we'll be starting in 2 minutes. Please make your way. Everybody got up to get some sweets. I hear there's a Ali around. If there is, go ahead. Wallah, that's what I heard. I don't dare touch the Ali because I don't want to stain my clothes, but if there is, leave me a piece, ya jama'a. ما في maybe that's the شو هول اللي مسكرين؟ Ali. Is it? حدا قال لي أنا كمان ما شفت.
Paving the way for a healthier tomorrow today. Placing nutrition, health, and wellness on the global landscape. Bringing the bounty of nature to millions of consumers across the globe. That's Nutridor. Creating a better life for people of every age, every culture, and every continent. As part of the renowned TGI Group, Nutridor is creating a food evolution with its 30 years heritage across the world. Dedicated to enhancing the quality of life, Nutridor offers a high-quality and nutritious range of products ranging from the flagship dairy brand Abevia to fruit-flavored drinks, yogurt, energy drinks, and more. With a mission to keep spreading its nutritious values, Nutridor opened its doors in Dubai, UAE, extending its reach across markets in the GCC and MENA region. In its hunt for a base in the Middle East, Nutridor chose UAE as the launchpad to the world. Few countries have seen the incredible progress UAE has achieved across many important milestones in technology, education, business, medical, and social arenas. In a span of a few decades, UAE has become the world's foremost investment hub, both regionally and internationally. Nutridor is proud to be a part of this successful and growing nation that is situated at the crossroads of 3 continents and continues to be the nexus of global trade. To meet the ever-growing need for nutritional products across the GCC and MENA regions, Nutridor has set up a state-of-the-art production facility with a capacity of 60,000 liters per day. A 2-story building spread over 100,000 square feet. The plant runs on world-class machinery and equipment from Europe that meet the stringent zero-waste norms of Dubai municipality. With a commitment to adhering to environmental standards, the entire plant will be solar-powered, with a clean energy capacity of 100,000 kilowatts per year.
Today, I want to emphasize the monumental impact Nutridor is making in dairy industry. To achieve this, the core strength of Nutridor lies with the employees, their talent, their expertise, and they are putting the breath of life inside the organization is what makes Nutridor unique. Without them, this path would not have been possible to reach where we want to go.
Nutridor's commitment continues to get stronger as the company has invested in new land to further expand its operations. Playing a key role in food evolution, Nutridor has and will always put priority on nutrition, health, and wellness by developing food and beverage products that improve the quality of living and help people live healthier lives. Nutridor, delighting family and inspiring life around the world.
Last year, we achieved an important milestone when we managed, in collaboration with our partners, to collect over 50 billion post-consumer carton packages for recycling from all over the world. At the same time, we have reduced greenhouse gas emissions in our operations by 39%, while 84% of all energy that we use comes from renewable sources. We have also invested nearly 30 million euros in the recycling value chain to accelerate collection and recycling of carton packages. We are on track to achieve net zero in our operations by 2030, in line with Saudi Vision 2030. Over the last few years, we have embarked on a mission to develop a recycling solution for our carton packages in Saudi Arabia, in line with the mission of Saudi Vision 2030 on waste management. Thanks to our joint investment and partnership with two leading Saudi recyclers, Obeikan Paper Industries, OPI, one of the largest paper recycling companies in the Middle East and North Africa, and Saudi Top Plastics STP, the largest plastics recycler in the region, we have secured a recycling solution for all components of carton packages, not only for Saudi Arabia, but including also neighboring countries.
Welcome back, everyone. If you're still enjoying your meal, please don't worry about it. Continue. I heard, I got a complaint إنه مالي أو أم علي. في إشاعة. It was a rumor there was أم علي. I know I love أم علي too, and I thought إنه please leave me a piece. طلع ما في أم علي. Apologies for that. بس في apple crumble. يلا, by the way, by the time you make your way, I'm gonna tell you a story. By the way, who is a fan of أم علي غير أنا? If you're not Middle Easterner, you should try it. It's a fabulous dessert. If you're Middle Easterner, you will know. حدا بيعرف why it was called Ali?
To achieve net zero in our operations by 2030.
Google it. It has to do with some woman who killed her husband. Don't say I said that. Hence the famous dessert. There are two meals or you know elements of the menu. If I find them in a hotel, I give a big thumbs up to the hotel. The first one is a breakfast item. Who can guess?
The largest paper recycling companies in the Middle East and North Africa, and Saudi Top Plastics STP, the largest plastics recycler in the region.
بالبريكفاست الصبح.
The recycling solution for
I travel a lot, okay, as an MC with trainer. I travel a lot. I go to a lot of hotels. في item واحد الصبح in my hotel, in the breakfast menu. If I find it, the hotel gets a big check from me. It's a breakfast item.
Last year, we achieved an important milestone.
لا مش بيف.
In collaboration with our partners.
منقوشة زعتر. المنقوش is a staple in our breakfast. If you haven't tried it, call your Middle Eastern friends and tell them what is منقوشة زعتر. A well done منقوشة زعتر and a well done Ali. Make a difference in a hotel. Now, bringing us back to our topic, I mentioned to you that the collaboration and the competition is going to be this next panel of our topics. So let's dive into the intra-GCC F&B trade. You should know that the growth of this trade, okay, so between GCC countries, the growth is valued at $25 billion this is in 2022. And the UAE and Saudi Arabia, okay, are dominating in this GCC trade. So UAE and Saudi Arabia are dominating in the intra-F&B GCC trade, accounting, so the trade between those two countries account for 70% of the F&B imports and exports within the GCC. So Saudi and Emirat are the two big players. Joint F&B infrastructure projects, okay, are now valued at over $10 billion. Now, this is a growing section, the trade, the import, and the export. And let's call on our experts who are going to give you more insights from their perspective in this panel, GCC market dynamics, competitors or collaborators. The moderator for this panel is going to be the expert also in this industry, Alexander Van ter Riet. He's a partner, Lenoble Management Consultancy. Alexander, would you like me to invite your fellow panelists, or would you like to? Bon, thank you. Oh, so sweet. Thank you very much. I'd like to call on Mohammed Al Suhail, who's the Executive Vice President of Food Service, Al Mara'i Company. I'm a big fan because I'm a big Lebanese consumer. Al Mara'i Lebanese consumer. I always mention that when I see him. Vidya Shah, please come on stage, Chief Commercial Officer of Abu Dhabi Food Hub. Hi, Vidya, good to see you again. Andres Ponce Olias is the Managing Director of Tilda International. Fethi Khiari is the CEO, United Foods Company. And Igor Marti is the VP and General Manager of Halal Business Unit. You will have about 40 minutes and your timer is on. You won't have any Q&A for this panel. The floor is yours.
Buddy. Thank you, everybody. Distinguished panel members, thank you for being here. Looking forward to a conversation. Let me dive immediately in. I think we don't need to do further introductions. And Mohammed, I'd like to start with you, if you don't mind. When we take a look at the GCC, we see there's enormous growth. We just heard about a large percentage of trades, the KSA and the Emirates. Do you feel that the competition drives currently innovation in the region? Or is the margin pressure and the tightness between that, does that make it more difficult to innovate? And maybe you have some examples of that.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, and pleasure to be here a second time, and hopefully that we share a good insight with everyone. I think if you allow me just to take a step back, and then maybe Jessie in the morning, she was mentioning the food business that we have in GCC is around $94 billion. I guess it's even more and more. And also, if we look at it in the next 10 years, that easily will be another 50% of that number, if it's not more. But from size of market, it's really a big market, and it's one of the fastest growing market within the globe when it comes to the food overall. That's one. The second thing also, we have a young population in the whole GCC. If we talk about Saudi, we talk about more than 50% of the population. It's less than 30 years old. And then the market in the GCC are opening more and more, which means more people will be moving from all over the world to come to the region. For that, another element, when it comes to the market is expanding and it's becoming bigger and bigger. On the other hand, it's also a highly competitive market. It's really tough competition happening, especially in the food industry. But then there are opportunities for everyone. But then the question, how you are approaching it, how you are offering and delivering and opportunities and product to the market. That leads me to the point, which is innovation. I think innovation is key in this market. Although it's a big, but on the other hand, also young population with more demand, more trend, different need, different moment of consumptions that need to be created overall. That's where innovation play a bigger role. I would like to give an example. Since we are coming from Al Mara'i and we talk about the dairy business, let's say 20 years ago versus today, how we are comparing the dairy market overall. Today is completely different than what happens 20 years ago. Again, there is a commodities, there is a core product of dairy. It was there for very many years, but on the other hand, exactly the moment of consumption is the same always the product overall. What happens, the market and the companies had innovated and expanded their portfolio overall. Today, instead of talking about a basic product like lebanon, yogurt, or milk, today the dairy companies has evolved into proteins and different type of proteins. Who can imagine that the dairy industry in the region will expand into different categories? We talk about also a Greek yogurt. It's a big market that we are having in yogurt in the GCC, but on the other hand, who was thinking that Greek yogurt will have a very big size of the business and will expand? That's also another example of what make innovation is really important part. Key overall.
So if I can just jump to United Food, if I may. We see innovation support, new yogurts coming in. There's opportunities for manufacturers. There's opportunities for distributors. How do you see the importance of strategic alliances in that?
for
the microphone.
Thank you for it is okay. Thank you for the question. At an industrial level, I think we are practicing both collaboration and confrontation, that is competition, on a daily basis. And probably to have a successful operation, we need to prioritize where to collaborate, where to compete. You asked the other day if we can use personal examples. When I started in this business of edible oils commodities, I had a meeting with our friends in the same industry. I proposed to do something that is to consolidate the sourcing of edible oils, because it has an obvious advantage. When you order 10,000 tons of a kind of oil, you will pay $50 per metric ton in transportation. But if you order 5 times more, you will pay only $20. So it will have a beneficial advantage for all of us. Besides, it also you can order hand to mouth. You are not obliged to order every 6 weeks by sentence. You can, from now on, because the vessel is bigger, divided between more number of players. It didn't work. But it worked in other aspects of our business. In the industry itself, there is an activity that is very common, that is the private label. And here, collaboration is the word that we use every single day. We make products for other parties. We make oil, we pack oils for them under their own brand, margarine, butter, whatever. At the same time, we ask other companies to do the same for us. We have many products in culinary like sauces, tahina, etc., that are produced by third parties. We have cheese under our own brand produced in India. Here, it is understood by the industry that if you don't have the capacities to produce this one and your brand can be stretched to cover a new activity, don't add to the production capacities in the country. Go use the excess of production capacity of other parties. And it is working perfectly. In distribution, we had a very nice case of collaboration. We started lately 8 years ago, to distribute ice cream from Nestlé, ice cream from Mondelez. And ice cream is very important in the gas stations. So we started negotiating with ADNOC, but ADNOC wanted us to deliver the ice cream every day to its 220 gas stations. Absolutely impossible. How can I reach every day the gas station that is at the border with Saudi Arabia? And for what? For 2 cartons? So, but we noticed it when visiting that there was a product that was there in every gas station. It was sandwiches. So we talked with the company that make the sandwiches and that are delivering to every place and coming back the second place to take the old sandwiches. And we started with the deal with them, and for the last 7 years, they are doing the deliveries to all the gas stations.
It's a very nice
customers to our ice cream.
Very, very nice example of where you kind of innovate and you collaborate in order to get things done.
And it is extremely beneficial for both the parties because both the parties are better using their own resources.
Both parties gain of that. And when we take a look at investment, Vanya, if I may switch to you, when you look at innovation, very often there is quite some significant investments. I know that on your side in the Dubai Trade Hub, there's a lot going on. Do you see that there's more space for companies to work together? And what have you explored, and what would you give people to advise when you look at that?
Thank you, Alexander. It's been great. It's a great pleasure to be here today. It's an interesting question, particularly when you talk about investments and leading on to the other questions on innovation. I think innovation is one of the most worshipped principles in the modern businesses. Right? It's one of those principles that people believe, industry leaders believe, is essential to their growth. Right? So we can't live without innovation. However, that is a word that is widely misunderstood. A lot of industry leaders do believe that innovation means investment, innovation means R&D. I think it goes beyond R&D. Innovation means R&D, incubation, and acceleration. So that is the process that would take a product to the market. And this whole process definitely requires investment, but the question is, what is the definition of investment? Is it price? Is it the cost? Is it people? Is it time? Right? I see investment in these three buckets. So for us within the Food Hub as well, we see it in the same buckets. First of all, people are at the forefront. I think investment in people is a non-negotiable factor. It is essential, and fostering that culture of innovation in each of our companies is one of the ways to drive the cost of innovation lower. Right? That's number one. And coming to the time, I think that's, again, depends on what level of impetus that the leadership is giving on the process of innovation. And the most important part on the cost, we at Abu Dhabi Food Hub, I'll draw it with an example out here. With Abu Dhabi Food Hub, what we are trying to do is driving the cost of innovation, driving the cost of businesses lower by creating a multi-user, common user kind of an infrastructure. I think that is really the role of Abu Dhabi Food Hub. Creating infrastructure, whether it comes to market trading areas, whether it comes to value addition, storage, and R&D, academy, creating more talent for the industry. So we cover various factors or facets of the industry within this cluster. And thanks to the new initiative by the Ministry of Economy around creation of a cluster, I think we are pretty much on the same trajectory here, same footsteps that we are following. Creation of a cluster that is interdependent, where all of the industry partners can come together and find areas to collaborate. It doesn't have to be always competitive in nature. I see collaboration possibly to address areas of supply chain. We are trying to collaborate a lot more closer with the UAE's ports, global ports, the logistics players globally, all of them who are ultimately going to drive the cost of business lower for our tenants, our customers within the hub. So I believe that collaboration is very key, both within the industry players, within the private industry players, and public-private. Government plays a key role in this whole aspect, so collaboration is key to drive the overall investments lower here.
Very good. Yeah, I think that collaboration and people investment is a reoccurring theme in many of these cases, because ultimately that makes the difference. Andres, if I can just switch to you for a second. We just heard about growth and setting new things up. For companies coming to the GCC market, I mean, your company comes from Spain originally. Now, for companies coming to the GCC market, what kind of advice might you give them for the kind of mindset they need to have for the GCC, and what might be key elements of success?
So thank you, Alexander, and thank you everyone for attending this event. There is a big list of things that I can tell you. However, I think that we can highlight some of them. One of them is, again, collaboration. It's very important that new players find local partners that really know the market and help you to enter the market in the right way, with the right investment, focusing in the right things, right products. So having this kind of support and backup is always very important. You name it, is a distributor, is a consultant, but someone that really knows the market and has been here for a long time is always a guarantee. Then another very important concept that we are mentioning many times, innovation. To come to a market like UAE, that you can think, well, it's a new market, still young country, yeah, but it's quite developed market, and the market is already collapsed with many products, many brands. So you need to bring something new to catch the attention, to make yourself different, and to stand out from the other players that are already there, especially if you are new. Then I will say that you need to focus as a new brand, because coming here you can get very excited with many opportunities, many products that you can launch. But if you get too excited and you don't focus on the right things that you really know how to do, you dissolve your efforts, and eventually you don't launch, or you don't reach to the point that you want to reach. Then I will strongly recommend new companies to really be in the market. The micro doesn't want me to talk too much. So you really need to be in the market to identify changes. It's a very evolving market, so you need to be there looking very closely what are the changes and to catch those opportunities. And just to close, you need to be ready to compete. It's a market where the competition, I will say, is savage at some points, but it's a market full of opportunities, and if you are able to crack down those opportunities, it's a very rewarding market, and it's a market that is a very good place to shine and to show to the rest of the countries which is your brand, what you can do, and how successful you can be. So you can replicate that model in other places of the world.
Okay, thank you. And one of these things about replication and trying to do it well is so important. One of the things that in the past sometimes people were talking about supply chains, and then people were talking about supplying networks. And networks are ecosystems, and they compete and collaborate as well. Igor, if I can come to you, and I'm kind of looking for a specific example perhaps that you can share with us. How do you deal with this, or how could you do this collaboration and make this work in this supply network? Because that's really where we are. Would you happen maybe to share something with us about a specific example?
Yeah, no worries. So good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be back here again. I think that the big mistake most companies make is when they think collaboration, they're always thinking competition. They combine it towards collaboration and competition. And I think that if we reframe this into ecosystem, then all of a sudden it's not only sideways, but it's 360 degrees, and that makes a big difference. So if I give an example of what we did in BRF, over the last 10 years, we have invested over $500 million in this region and acquiring different companies and building new factories. And one of the things that happened is that these legacy companies had over 1,000 trucks in their possession. And when we came in, we said, we are not in the business of owning trucks. We are not in the business of distributing the goods. I'm in the business of sales, production, and marketing. So how about I think into this ecosystem, and I approach someone who can do the distribution from a logistics standpoint cheaper than I can, and more effectively than I can, but under my terms, under my systems, under our conditions. So what this creates is collaboration, because someone will own the assets, someone will be paid for their services. But what we strive to do in BRF is to integrate the knowledge, the information, the data, not necessarily the physical assets. So we don't own a single warehouse. We do not own a single truck, and yet we serve 25,000 points of sales every single month. But Igor, where is the win-win? Well, the win-win is when it comes to the logistics, what I care about is I need to know about safety and I need to know about quality. So when it comes to safety, I can, with 5 people located here in this region, know each one of my trucks if the seatbelt is on, if they are accelerating too much, braking too much, swerving on the curves. On the quality side, I can know if the truck door was open, was closed, for how long the truck was stuck in a traffic jam. And still on the quality note, thinking about post-sales, when my truck gets to my client, I get an electronic receipt of the goods. If there's a dispute on this, the driver calls my control tower, who connects to the salesman, and these disputes, they get resolved immediately. So it's effective because there are no returns. So you see, we're trying to integrate the data and integrate the insights and thinking about the ecosystem, not necessarily about the assets. On the assets, let someone do better than you, and you focus on your core competencies, much like what Andres has said here.
I don't know if people noticed what happened there, but if I heard you correctly, effectively from a collaboration perspective, although you don't own the trucks, although the drivers are not your drivers, effectively you are changing their behavior. You're telling them when to brake, how to close the door, when to put on their seatbelts. So imagine that your company tells another company how their drivers behave. Because that's what, if I gather, that's what's happening, right?
That is very much what happened, yes. Yeah. Over 5 different countries, so the model is perfectly multipliable.
And it seems to work. So if I can just ask the panel members here, do you have an example in your business where you see such an extreme case of collaboration? I mean extreme in a positive way here. Mohammed, yeah?
I would like just to comment on 2 points, and one of it what you mentioned. I would start when you asked what's the advice to give companies to come to the region. I would say my advice is to take this region and market serious. Means serious by putting the right resource, really looking at the future of how I can expand, rather than it's a market good to have. Giving an example without names, we met with a company last year for a different reason, and it happened to be that company exporting to the region for the last 50 years. And we talked to the owner. The owner came to Saudi, and they are over than $10 billion revenue company. I cannot go more just to make sure that I do not point to the company overall. And then we asked the owner, how many times you visit the region and Saudi? He said, I never visited the region the last 50 years. As a matter of fact, we looked at, and he said, I am really honest, to look at the region, particularly Saudi, is others. And we are happy to have a growth 5% overall because there are other opportunities, and we think that this is the maximum of this market overall. Then we asked him how many times you visit Saudi in the last 12 months. He said 3 times. Just imagine 50 years, and what he said, it's a he should have done it differently. I think either they announced or they're going to announce a couple of billions investment will happen in the region overall. That's, I would say, a classical example of how people look at the market and what are the potentiality of this. I think the market has a potential, but you need to be there. You need to talk with the right insight and tackling the right challenges that the market has. In terms of collaboration, I would say if we go back, the industry were in a development. Let's say we talk about the dairy business overall. No dairy company can run without their own farm, their own distribution, their own warehouse and logistic at that time, because the market were not evolved overall. I would say today, whether in dairy or others, there is really a collaborative can be done, because so many within the value chain and the supply chain has been evolved. We can compete in the market. We can compete to the consumer how we can get market share. But there are so many things can be happening behind, and then we complement and make sure there is an efficiency. I will end with an example. 10 years ago, we all know how the competition in dairy, although we are in Al-Mara'i not a dairy company anymore, we are a food company, but I would say since dairy always in our heart, we have plenty of examples. More than 10 years ago, competition in Saudi was very tough when it comes to the dairy business. It happened, one of the players had a crisis. Basically, they cannot receive milk. All their milk receiving areas got burned. And the backup area cannot only take more than 20% of what they have. And they have cows produce every day. You have a challenge, you want to produce?
Can't switch them off.
But you can have cows. I would say it's a golden opportunity to kill that player. Okay, that's it. Because if they cannot put the milk, they will stop the cow to produce. And then we all know if the cow's yield dropped, it will take months to bring it back. The same day, all the players in Saudi took the phone and we say, all our silos are open for you. And then what happens? They continue producing. The company is filling their silos, and automatically they give them milk where they require, going to the production. That company survived, grown. At that time, competition in the market happening overall. But in backstage, this is where we mean by collaborative, to make sure that the benefit goes to everyone, all stakeholders.
And I think it's also a lovely example, that is, of food security. Taking the long-term view versus the short-term view. And I guess if I listen to some of the stories, taking ice cream with sandwiches along, linking into to distributors about how they are actually influencing the drivers, this wonderful example, maybe from your side, and collaborative or an extremely collaborative example as we saw, perhaps?
Alex, what I would like to do is just particularly build on Mohammed's point with regards to the potential of this market. Investment, two companies have to take this market seriously. I think the region is among the fastest growing regions globally. In terms of economic growth, we are looking at upwards of 4% growth, which is far higher than what we are seeing in most of the advanced economies. In terms of population growth, we are among the fastest growing population, next only to sub-Saharan Africa. In terms of consumer growth, in terms of the rate of innovation, we are growing. I think what we need to be looking at is competing to innovate further, so that we are able to bring in better products, much more competitive products, not just for this region, but for the global markets, because we are all looking at exporting out from here. We don't want to be anymore just an net importer of commodities, but net exporter of commodities. From that view, I think innovation and competition is healthy.
I think that's actually a wonderful one. We know that through the F&B group, we're trying to create these collaborative platforms, but to compete to innovate, that might be a very interesting title to use in the future, compete to innovate. Gentlemen?
I would like to elaborate one example of extreme collaboration, as you mentioned. It was extreme because the repercussion, the level of collaboration that we reach. 1.5 years ago, the government changed slightly the regulation regarding rice requirements. This suddenly was stopping us or not allowing us, as meaning Tilda or whatever rice company in the region, to import in UAE. Interestingly enough, the government realized before we did, so we got contact from the government saying, look, we have a problem. This is happening at the port. We have so many containers blocked that you will not be able to import. We need your help. We went to the ministry. We have a meeting like 10 players belonging to the industry with government bodies. And I can assure you that in less than 2 weeks, everything was solved.
Wow.
And for me, that was a time of proud, being able to collaborate till that extent and to be sitting with what we are so-called competitors, but aiming for a common objective, and with the help and support of the government, it was addressed and solved in few days. So
I think it's a wonderful example of what FMB Group is trying to do, create clusters, create networks, so in case something happens, that first option that was talked about earlier on of food security, but then also be getting innovation, competitive innovation going to take the next step. Maybe if I can invite you on an extreme collaboration case in your side of the food business.
Extreme? Okay, I will go extreme. Now, in that case, I'm not anymore in collaboration, but I'm in teamwork. So, and it is slightly different. 2 years ago, we wanted to launch the first margarine based on extra virgin olive oil in the UAE. And it was not easy. We are the crushing leader of the business of margarine in the UAE, but still we needed external resources for it. So we articulated in a way that for extra virgin olive oil, we will have a company helping us, which is, as a matter of fact, the company in Spain that is providing us of this golden liquid. Then we worked with a Ukrainian company on how to adapt their kind of canola oil to blend well with the olive oil and let the flavor olive oil being the superior one. Mm. And I said to my team, it's not sufficient. Let's give another advantage to the consumer. And we finally decided to give the product in a packaging that's no more plastic, but it is biodegradable plastic. So it took over a year between all these companies. It is collaboration that really became extremist. It became a teamwork.
Yeah, it's a very good example. I mean, sometimes collaboration doesn't happen quickly. It takes a lot of patience and willingness, especially if you go cross borders. Having done that myself as well, it can be very challenging. All right, in the last 5 minutes that remain for us, I would ask each one of you one question. If you had a magic wand, like the Harry Potter little stick, and you could wave it over Saleh's head and say, "Saleh, get this for me." What would you do with your magic wands? What is the wish that you would throw out? In no particular order. Anybody who's ready? Go for it.
Continuing with my previous point, this collaboration with the government for me was a very meaningful example of how we should continue building this industry and this region. And I hope, and it will get our full support, that we keep this strong and close collaboration between the government bodies and the private sector. I believe that this is the way, and it's a very unique way that in very, very few countries is happening, and we are very grateful for that.
Very good. Sounds like you're the right forum, Andres. Badia, can I invite you? Your magic wand.
I think one of the factors which is most uncontrollable by most businesses is what consumers want. If I had a magic wand, I would like to know what's on the mind of the consumer. I think that would be the most essential element, and I think with innovation, with collaboration, we can come up with more and more products and solutions that potentially consumers will like and accept. So I think understanding customers and making sure that we are meeting those expectations and going beyond expectations in terms of user experiences something that I would change.
Well, I think that's a nice plug for tomorrow, because if I'm not mistaken, we have Kantar and Nielsen that are being there tomorrow, and I'm sure they always come with the data that we're looking for. Igor, perhaps yourselves, your magic wand?
Yeah, so if I did have a magic wand, most likely I would try to inject a significant wave of positivity and optimism into this group of people here in the room and beyond, because what we do in food and beverage is so essential. And a company like ours that is present in over 100 countries, and I've been to many of those, I can tell you, this region is incomparable and has a fantastic future ahead. And I just wish that everybody here had the same vision and could work in the same direction.
All right.
I actually have 2 magic sticks.
2 magic sticks. Okay, your first one is that you get the second one.
I would say it's what they have mentioned, but I think standard of regulations is really important in order for us to think about how can we serve the customer and consumer, rather than each country, each region has its own. And then that's, I think, if we can find the magic stick to make sure that we have unified these regulations, it will ease up a big point overall. And the second part, which is we need to compete in the market. We need to get the consumer and to get our market share. There is no doubt about it. But then in the backstage, we need to make sure how can we collaborate and to make sure that we do not waste efficiency. We do not waste resources. Rather than there should be a specialized that can be utilized from different people with the right agreement, with the right cost, with the right. But today, people trying to compete in all front, and not every company can do all of this. And that's why, with time, where the dilution started. I would really, if that happens, people really think where they are specialized or where they want to be specialized, and then you need to find your partner to collaborate to make sure that they help you to reach that step that you want to achieve.
Very good. I think there's one magic stick left.
I would really use it right away to make of the food industry the real hero in the country for preserving nature, for sustainability, for renewable energies, for reducing consumption of and waste of water, etc. This is what I would do with the magic wand.
Very good. It would be wonderful. I think it's a wonderful magic wand to end up with. What I've heard, just in a very short synopsis, I think that what we've heard is that number one, take this region and take this area serious. Don't visit it once every 50 years, but take it more serious. I think that compete in innovation, as you mentioned, coming up with the better solutions, getting clusters to work together, we become a beacon for the region around, and we can be on the leading side of this. And I think we've heard some examples in data management. We've heard in how you distribute ice cream. We see these things, or how you manage with the government when policies or hiccups happen. So on that, I have one last magic wand, and that is that the audience gives this panel fantastic applause.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we take their photo? Group, yeah. Please, may I ask you to stay just for a few seconds for your group photo? If you have any extra magic wands, I'll take one for later, Yani, because you've been passing it around. And I'm going to introduce our next topic. You stay with the camera. I'll speak to them. So our next topic brings us into, where are our sustainability experts in the room? I know there's a few of you. Sustainability, وينكم؟ بس واحد? Only one sustainable? Yeah, you're here. يعني any other sector, you ask them, where are you? You see the hands are up. Sustainability people, like, hello, we're here. Sustainability. Sustainable and proud. Sustainability packaging in the GCC F&B sector is also a rapidly growing section, which with a projected market value, listen to this, of $40 billion by 2030. That's why you should be very proud, huh? Not bad for the numbers. Major players, again, like Saudi Arabia, as well as the UAE, are adopting eco-friendly packaging solutions. We're going to hear more about this, biodegradable, recyclable materials to reduce the plastic waste that we're all trying to work on. Now, we're also going to hear about circular economy and the initiatives in the F&B industry and how they're creating significant community impact with collaborative programs expected to divert 80% of the food packaging waste from landfills by 2035. I'm going to leave the rest to the experts of this panel titled Sustainable Value Chains, Packaging, Circularity, EPR, and Community Impact. Please welcome your expert moderator, Aruna Narayanan, founder and chief impact enabler, Real Impact Solutions. Please come on stage, and I will invite her fellow experts as well and panelists, Jérôme Viricel, who is the general manager of Recap, Veolia Middle East. Sergey Kiselev is the head of R&D at Al Ain Farms. Abdul Aziz Al Badr, head of sustainability at Al Mara'i again. Al Mara'i, كاسحين السوق اليوم. Welcome on stage. And Alia Fayed, good to see you again. Alia, head of communications at Tetra Pak Arabia. This panel will have 5 minutes for Q&A at the end. Please keep your eyes on the timer. When you see 5 minutes left, take that to the crowd. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I think this panel is timed very beautifully after the magic wand and the collaboration and competition. So maybe we will start on the note of co-opetition because competition makes the game interesting, but collaboration creates the positive impact. My name is Aruna, and it's my pleasure to bring this very interesting topic to all of you about sustainable value chains. I think we've heard sustainability a lot of times during the day today, from the morning till now. And today we're going to dwell on a very specific aspect of sustainability when it comes to food. I think food is a very emotional topic. We could see that from all the panel discussions, the emotion that food brings on all of us. And we have a very interesting group of panelists here, from the producers to someone who's working on sustainability, R&D, and the packaging and the recycling, circular economy support provider. So we have different voices, and without further delay, let me jump straight into the conversation. And if I can start, Sergey, with you. You head the R&D and have voluntarily chosen to take on the sustainability mantle as well at Al Ain Farms, right? So tell us a little bit more about your perspective and your journey, and what are the challenges that you are tackling when it comes to sustainability and in specific the packaging aspect of that?
Sustainability is quite interesting aspect, and being with innovation for more than 20 years as a representative of the most futuristic function, I'm leading now sustainability program. And what I've learned today, that average age in UAE is 33 years old. And we cannot talk about innovation, we cannot talk about sustainability, not taking into account our final customers. And we see that our customers are very young, very advanced, and these people are very concerned about modern sustainability practices. Sometimes we have an advantage even learn from them what they're expecting from us. And of course, being a responsible producer, we cannot bypass the needs of our consumers. We cannot not take into account the need that food must be sustainable. From this time, all our concepts we developing taking into account the needs of our consumers. We're trying to understand what they think about the sustainability, what meaning they put on this sustainability concept. And of course, we cannot separate product part from the packaging part. All our new initiatives related both for product and packaging are considering a need of our final consumer, and it is as much sustainable as possible. I think in detail we will talk later on.
Thank you so much. I think that you brought in a very interesting perspective of, ultimately what does the customer think of sustainability, and are we matching up to that and addressing that need with them? I think this leads in beautifully to the question to Abdulaziz Al-Badr, who's the head of sustainability of Almarai company. So you spoke to us earlier about the very interesting journey you've had at Almarai, and can you tell us what are your focus areas when it comes to sustainability? And as our MC was asking us earlier, who all are in sustainability thing, is this function didn't really exist as a designation few years back, but now it's probably one of the most important voices within an organization. So can you help us understand from your perspective about what this means as a company, and specifically when you're looking at packaging, what are the thoughts that are behind the screens?
Thank you for the question, Arwana. The sustainability is in new things in Almarai. We just only created the department in the last 5 years, and we're putting the strategy and we're putting the targets in that one. And most of the leaders in the companies, they have told me you are a pain in what we are doing and what you are looking for. Sometimes it's difficult to achieve, and sometimes we need to invest more to getting the benefits in that one. As our CEO today has been talking in us and taking through what we are doing as an investment. We are investing more than 1 billion in the sustainability and ESG. One of the topics we are investing now heavily is the waste. Not only at the packaging, but in general waste. So from the last 5 years, we're diverting more than 800,000 metric cubic meters from the landfill to do our main principles now what we are doing. Reduce, reuse, recycle. So the reason for doing that one, it's for so many reasons. It's reducing the impact on the emission what we are creating. It's reducing in the energy we are consumption, and also it's giving us more flexibility and availability of product and more enhancement on that one. Since we know it's the food, we cannot reuse the packaging every time and time, so we need to have a solution. So always we are doing a collaboration with the packaging producer. And on that regard, why we are doing that one, it's in our regions, we are doing a collaboration with international and the local as well, because we need to having more impact on our product. But to take it to that way, the packaging industry, and especially in the food sector, it's so critical because you need to be ensuring the quality of the product and the quality of the packaging can be capable to hold until the end of the shelf life. So we don't want to manipulate or trade off on the sustainability in that part. But at the end, what we are aiming is reducing where we can reduce the packaging, education our employee how to doing the things better and better, and also take it forward to our customer and our community. So that's the reason we are doing more social engagement in that one, more campaigns, more awareness in that one. As well, we are talking to the third important party is the policymaker. So we don't want to be heavily impacted, but it's all in one place. So we need to talk to find the best solution can be affordable for this region.
No, brilliant. Thank you so much, Abdulaziz. I think you highlighted very interesting points in terms of all the ecosystem players, just speaking from the earlier conversation that we had. It's not just one solution, it's an ecosystem of players, and the policy and the packaging. And I think with food, it becomes more sensitive because you cannot just implement a policy on using recycled materials because it's direct contact with food. So it's unlike any other industry where a lot more deep dive has to be done. Now, that leads us beautifully into the conversation with Alia, who's joining us from Tetra Pak. So Abdulaziz touched upon the importance of packaging, and Tetra Pak has been always leading the way in terms of the ethos is the packaging should not cost more than what the value that it brings to the table. So from your perspective, can you share with us when, from a Tetra Pak perspective, what are the challenges or roadblocks that you had to navigate to kind of bring this concept to life that the packaging should be sustainable and do what it's meant to do?
Thank you, Aruna, and nice to be part of this panel. What I would like to highlight first is Tetra Pak is not just a company that provides packaging products. The company, we're much more than that. We are an end-to-end solutions provider for food and beverage customers. So we have a concept, and it's very simple, and it's from farm to table. And Tetra Pak is involved in that entire process. So we come in at the processing phase, with our processing equipment and how cutting edge they are, to the packaging, of the content and the products that got processed. And then we're also, and this is what we're here to shed light on today, tying into our panel and sustainability, is then the recycling of the package. So when you see a product that's packaged in Tetra Pak cartons and after it's consumed, what we're doing in the region is we've made investments, and part of my role as well with the company is to raise awareness that once that package is consumed, it can be recycled and it can be turned into more valuable products, and it doesn't end at the landfill. So I wouldn't say that there are roadblocks per se. Actually, we see complete appetite from the customer side for solutions like this coming in. And we actually see tremendous support on the government side as well, because, you were just mentioning with campaigns and so forth, sustainability, yes, is a buzzword. And a lot of people actually want to see tangibly what it means. And what we're seeing is there's tremendous support from the government as well in terms of regulations and processes for a company like Tetra Pak to come in and then make those investments and then complete the entire loop for businesses in F&B. So to answer you, I think where we are in the world, in this part of the world, there are actually opportunities more than roadblocks, and there is support and there is appetite for a company like Tetra Pak to come in and collaborate with partners and with the government, to roll out a full solution that then ties into a circular economy.
Thank you so much, Ali. I think she made a very valid point in the sense that while sustainability is a buzzword and probably used and misused very often, it comes down to tangible projects, tangible activities, and tangible results where we can meaningfully close the loop. So, from talk to action. And I think probably that's where we lead into Jerome. Jerome joins us from Recap, and which is a part of Veolia. Jerome, can you tell us a little more about in this ecosystem of players, what is the role that you bring in terms of closing the loop? Because I think that's where is the most critical part. All the other elements can be well placed, but if the last mile is not closed with support of players like yourself, then the loop is open, and that's little window when that product or the packaging ends up in the landfill, right? So tell us more about what's happening on that front.
Good afternoon, everyone. So what I would like to share, first of all, I'm very happy to be there. I'm most of the time called for some panel session. I'm a kind of voice raising my voice for more awareness, for more sustainability, for more circularity. And I used to work every day with a lot of brands. So brands like yours are very essential in the ecosystem, because if we want to close the loop, in reality, we have a lot of work to do. And the first one would be, of course, and it has been mentioned, the awareness, because the first role in this ecosystem have to be played by us as individuals. So awareness, education, segregation at source, in order to be able then to access to a feedstock of different type of food packaging. or other type of packaging as well that we consume at home. So this role is essential, and this is where we have a first lack of communication here in the region. We need to educate much more the population, either the citizen or the resident, because we have a lot of different nationalities, different cultures, and we have to spread a unique message to everyone because we are all the same. We live in the earth, and we need to take care of ourselves, so we need to take care of the planet, and we need to be more sustainable in our behavior. So communication is essential. As recap, to give you who we are a small department in a big company in waste management, the world leader in waste management, because we are 220,000 employees in almost all countries, in every continent. Fair enough. But it doesn't mean that we have all the solution and that we are able to close the loop for everything, right? So we have to work with the other. And before I saw the panel, it was about competition and collaboration. This is exactly what we do. So the second step for us, when we do this education process, through the digitalization of the collection of the waste here in the UAE, because we do promote the segregation, and after we collect this material from the household or from any doorstep, an office, for example. Then what can we do? Either we use what we have currently here in the GCC, or the best if we are here in the UAE, in Dubai or Abu Dhabi, for instance, but you have to find a recycler in order to close the loop. And obviously, it's not easy. So you can have a feedstock, but if you cannot do anything with, it doesn't make any sense because you will have to transport this material over sea, and you will have an increase of carbon footprint into your system. So we work with the other. So in order to work with the other, you have to work with the government. So for example, what we did with MOIAT, the Ministry of Advanced Technology and Industry, we have been able to set up some regulation in order to make sure that this food packaging can be recycled with a food-grade standard for the PET polymer. And we found someone, a company based in the UAE, who have been able to produce, for the first time, a recycled PET pellets. And then we approach the brand in order to make sure that we can have this material on the supermarket. So the retailer have also another role to play, to promote those products compared to another one which is less sustainable. So it's a full ecosystem, and you have to play a role, I was mentioning, because you are, for instance, in Saudi. I'm not yet in Saudi, but if I want to come, I need to have your company as a partner from the day one. This is exactly what we did with Al Ain Water, which is a big company based in the UAE producing PET bottles, for example. And we close the loop with them. But for Tetra Pak, it's essential also to work with us, and it's essential for us to work with Tetra Pak. And we have not been able to do it previously, but we will maybe in the future. Because when you have the education done, and talking about the whole country where there is an awareness since 40 years, if you don't have at the end the investment from the recycler, from the brand who want to be invest in that recycling process, it doesn't work again. So we need to have a full circular economy, which is local, in order to keep the economy, so the economics of this business model here locally. And this is what I believe you do already in Saudi Arabia. What you are going to do in UAE, it means that if they found the solution to recycle a beverage carton, we need now to spread awareness as a digital solution to everyone here in the UAE. We need to collect the material. We need to make sure that we can use the same business model for our competitor, the other waste management company. And then we need to provide this feedstock to the recycler. And like this, we can, after that, be proud to say that we close the loop.
Interesting. So, I think we keep coming back to the point that there's such an important role of so many different players in the ecosystem. So, very well said, Jerome, in the fact that awareness is one thing, but you need to have local facilities which will actually do what is needed to then close the loop. Sergey, if I can come to you in terms of, if you can share with us some insights or success stories or examples of the work that you have been doing in the space of sustainability or packaging, because you also do a lot of work in R&D. So what are some of the successes or insights or positive aspects that you can share with all of us from your experience?
So I would say this sustainability program doesn't have final goal. It's more journey, because it's an endless story how you can improve your products, how you can improve your packaging materials, how you can improve your distribution and business model. So in our case, on regular basis, we are reviewing all potential opportunities related to our packaging. We have some of the packaging solutions we're producing internally, some of the packaging materials we are sourcing from our local and global partners, and it's consistent work together with them. So, for example, recently we reduced the size of preforms, which gave us significant reduction of plastic, which is one of the basic concepts of sustainability, reduce. We are implementing some reusable materials. Unfortunately, at the moment, we sometimes facing that using virgin plastic is cheaper than using recycled plastic, but industry is going toward this direction, and we are doing these efforts. We continuously interacting with our suppliers in order to make not only plastic solutions sustainable, but also business model should be sustainable. And of course, as I told you, success, you cannot measure that, okay, today I'm not successful, tomorrow I will be successful. It's a kind of discipline which we internally implemented and we constantly following, so we supposed to assess all our initiatives through the specially developed sustainability matrix, and only afterwards all new products or new packaging solutions will be implemented.
Thank you so much. So I think that's a fair point where, sustainability is not a one-time event or a one-time activity, it's a journey. And I think it's important that we evolve, and a very valid point raised that financial sustainability is also as important as environment sustainability, because if you're not able to sustain the business financially, then it doesn't make really sense to speak about other aspects. So Abdulaziz, if I can hear your point of view, picking from what Sergey mentioned in terms of it's a journey, there are constantly things that are evolving. A lot of things are reshaping the F&B industry, not just packaging, but various other aspects. So from your perspective, what is the most significant shift you are seeing in this domain, and how are you kind of adapting to those changes? Because sometimes things just change so fast. So can you share with us some insights and examples from your side?
Yeah, of course. So in Almarai, because we are huge and mega, so we are producing on an annual basis around 2 billion pieces in annual base. And we are producing 1.5 million liters, a billion liters in a yearly. So what this year we totally has been changing our mindset to having more collaboration with our partners, successive partners. It's not only as suppliers we are treating them now, we are separating that one, we are collaboration with them, even with our competitors in terms of this kind of success and in terms of sustainability, how we can tackle it, how we can reduce on everything we are doing now. One of our partners we are collaborating with is Tetra Pak. They are sitting with us here, and so we launching this year is around 7 projects only with our packaging partners, and it's only to minimizing and reduction of the packaging materials, and in terms also to finding us a different solution in reusing and reduction on that one. It's not only one part, it's a huge things we need to do it in all of us, not only one part. And the other part is how we can put a message to the consumer, how they can treating the product after they consume it, how they are doing the segregation in-house, how they are doing it in every step in that one. So what we did in LMRI, we launched new programs in LMRI. So we have now 37 categories of waste, type of waste. So as much we are doing item and segregation, it will be easier to us to identify and where we can recycle it and where we can tackle it. And in this regard, we are generating money from that waste now. So it became as a benefit to us rather than it's a thing is in our shoulders is we carry it out now anymore. But on other hand, we are seeing now a reduction in our waste inside our factory, inside our premises, because our employee has been adopting the new things and changing their behaviors. Once you're changing the behavior in everybody can be influencing others and making a bigger impact. And this is what we aim. So the project we are aiming and do it with our partners in the packaging is not only for the packaging where we can reduce, it's only in all of the aspects of the sustainability in terms of environmental, in terms of social, in terms of governance, in terms even beyond that one is to developing platform for that one. And that's what we are aiming at LMRI.
That's very holistic, because you spoke about the E, S, and the G and how it integrates. So while packaging is one aspect, I think we always have to ensure we look at the big picture and integrate these smaller projects into the overall journey. So Alia, if we can understand from your perspective, you did mention about a lot of initiatives that Tetra Pak is taking in terms of projects and actually action that happens on ground. Can you share with us a few examples of what's happening within your organization in terms of specific initiatives or projects which are actually coming to life?
Sure. Before I walk you through some of the examples, I just wanted to reflect on a conversation that I had today here at the conference, and it was with one of the journalists. And we were speaking about the recycling investments and how the carton packages by Tetra Pak are recycled. His understanding was by them being recycled, it means you reuse them and you fill them again, which is not what we're doing. They're recycled into other forms of items. And I think that's the challenge here is so there is awareness, but it's not in the right direction. So to tackle that, I'm going to highlight 3 initiatives. Number 1 is actually a campaign that we're currently running in Saudi Arabia, and it's called Made, Consumed, and Recycled in Saudi. We're highlighting that Tetra Pak has been in Saudi Arabia for 44 years, working with businesses of all sizes in the F&B sector. And one of the objectives of the campaign is to highlight that customers in Saudi Arabia, when they collaborate with Tetra Pak, they're championing packaging products that are actually made in Saudi Arabia at our factories over there, that are then consumed by people in Saudi Arabia and then is recycled in Saudi Arabia, because Tetra Pak has partnered, in reference to my fellow panelists here when they're talking about collaboration. We've actually partnered with 2 well-known companies in Saudi Arabia. One is Obaikan Paper Industries, and the other one is Saudi Top Plastics. And together, the 3 entities have actually brought a recycling solution for carton packages in Saudi Arabia. The facility is in Riyadh, and the capacity of that recycling facility is 8,000 tons of carton packages per year. So the facility is there. All the businesses in F&B can leverage it. It's a solution that we're bringing to our customers in Saudi Arabia. And we are there to make those kind of investments. Similarly, in the UAE, and in reference to what Jerome was saying as well, we are going to go live with a similar initiative here in partnership with Union Paper Mills. So we are again making another investment in the millions of dirhams to make a recycling solution that is very specific to carton packages, accessible here in the UAE for the companies in the F&B sector. So anyone who is producing products, juices for example, or milk, that are packaged in carton packages with Tetra Pak can then have access to that facility to recycle. So that's work that we're doing on the customer front and of course, you know, with government support and so forth. Also last year, we kind of dialed and diversified things up a notch and we partnered with one of our customers in Saudi, Sadafco, and we actually ran a complete awareness program in schools. We went to 100 schools in Jeddah and 150 schools in Riyadh. And there were a series of workshops with children in primary stage to generate awareness about recycling and sustainability and what happens to, you know, the juice boxes that they have in their lunch boxes, what happens to them after they consume them, and helping them understand the impact of even, you know, these small habits. And then again, all the carton packages that the students consumed during that period were then taken to the recycling facility in Riyadh and they were recycled over there. So the work that we're trying to do in this part of the world is not just customers and sales and packages and all that. We are very genuine about really putting mechanisms in place and processes in place that really do support sustainability. And as we mentioned, and this is over and over again, yes, sustainability is a buzzword, but what does it really mean? What it really means is continuity. Is setting up a process or a mechanism or a solution that can happen and can continue and can last and that people can use as well, and they can connect it, because you can go and you can set up a process or even a solution, but then there'll be so many challenges for people to use or so many regulations they have to go through. The idea is to make things accessible. And that's why going to schools is one, you know, these programs with the schools. So these are 3 initiatives that, you know, are very recent to what Tetra Pak has been doing in the region.
Brilliant, thank you so much. I think it's very encouraging to see that all of our panelists are actually able to share real life initiatives and examples, and it just shows that how much we've moved in the journey from probably a strategy in a PowerPoint deck to actually having projects and initiatives on ground which we can speak about. Before we go on to the audience questions, Jerome, if I can come to you in terms of how do you see kind of the next steps in terms of circular economy within this region? And as recap, how are you building stronger ecosystems, and there is the whole legislation of EPR that is round the corner with extended producer responsibility, where that's being explored as an option to fuel this ecosystem. It could have, you know, impacts in different ways, but from your perspective in the role that you play, what do you see as the next key things that are happening in that space?
Yeah, by being part of the meeting with the government for the extended producer responsibility that is under, I will say, progress, with a pilot that should come soon here in the UAE, I know that we have different point of view, from the recycler, from the consumer perspective, or the brand owner's aspect. There are different opinions. I think it's very important to place an EPR where it's really possible to focus on all type of packaging, because the mistake that we could do is to focus on the PET bottle, while I'm collecting 69% of PET bottle, for example. But it's one part of the ecosystem that we discussed before. We need to provide a solution for each and every packaging. An EPR should push and promote for a benefit for the brand owners if they work on their eco packaging. For example, with a reduction of the thickness of the packaging, meaning that we conserve the resources, and obviously we spread less weight on the market, and then we, even if we cannot, let's say, capture this material, it will take less space in the landfill, for instance. So it's important. Then you need also to consider that as a brand owner, you should not pay for everything. We have a role again to play. So an EPR is a solution in order to spread more awareness, to make sure that we can collect, because if you don't collect anything, obviously you have nothing to recycle, to make sure that there is a part of responsibility coming from the people, the company spreading on the market those packaging, but at the same time, the government also have a role to play. So what I see in the future as a challenge, a DRS, a deposit return scheme, for example, is not a solution, is a part of the solution, but maybe later on, not immediately, while we need to focus on the infrastructure itself. If you look at the collection, I live in Dubai since more than 10 years. I have one bin for my general bins, my general waste, which is black color. I have a green bin in front of my house for the recyclable. Okay, so my green bin is obviously most of the time empty because I'm using my own solution, Recap, so I push people to do the same and to segregate their material in one specific bag where you are 100% sure that we will recycle. So the infrastructure needs to be redesigned, because when you look at this green bin, you have 12% of what is inside that at the end will be recycled. 12, sometimes even less. Why? Because of the contamination, and the contamination is done by ourselves as an household, or by your neighbor who doesn't have the same relationship with the waste, or by the worker who did some work close to your home and said, oh, I will use this bin and drop my stuff inside. So contamination is a very big problem. Then the infrastructure itself. If you want to be efficient in terms of collection, you need to ask for more segregation. So it means that the cost is more expensive for the collection, while here in the region, not only in UAE, but in Saudi Arabia as well, for example, the value of the packaging, post-consumer packaging, is 3 times less than in Europe. So as a collector, if you collect it, you don't cover your cost. So we spread the word that waste could be a gold. No, waste has a value, but it's not a gold. It's not gold at all. There is a value if we are able to close the loop with this waste. So we need to have an ecosystem where we have a trust of the infrastructure, because you cannot push the community to segregate more if that at the end they see one truck putting everything together. You cannot get their trust if at the end you just ask to drop everything in the landfill for a very cheap cost. It used to be 10 dirham for a truck, now it's 100 dirham for the ton. In other countries, it's not 100 dirham, it's $100, 100 euro. So the story is not anymore the same. You have to do a second step of segregation. So the infrastructure is very important in terms of collection, and then the value chain need to be developed. True. If I may, I focus at the beginning on the project to spread awareness. We have more than 100,000 people using our digital application, more than 400 companies in Dubai and Abu Dhabi using our solution. We collect 100 tons of small items which are between 10 to 15 grams, 100 tons every month. We have only 15 trucks. It's not a truck, it's a panel van, a light vehicle. Imagine if this infrastructure is scaled up, it means that you can collect much more than what we are spreading on the market. At the end, we need to look at the value chain, what we can do. So with Dubai Duty Free, for example, I'm collecting all the sample of perfume bottle, and I'm able to provide this feedstock to a transformer, a converter into cullets. At the end, we are able to send this material again, still locally in the UAE, in one facility to produce a new bottle. And we do the same with cans made of metal, with Rainbow. We do the same with Horizon and Axia Group, Align Water, locally also for the PTA bottle. So the value chain need to be created, but the economics, the business model need to be reinforced, and the ecosystem need to be enforced by the government.
So I think since the panel here was very interesting, I've been asked by the MC to open the floor for maybe 1 or 2 questions before we wrap up, because I think there are 2 topics that connect all human beings because we are directly involved. One is food, the other is waste, and I think we spoke about both of those aspects today, because as professionals, I think as consumers, as people who are within the ecosystem, we all are connected to food and waste in one way or the other. So can we have, do we have any questions from the audience? Okay, so maybe what we'll do is we'll take one final wrap-up comment from all the panelists in terms of how do we actually bring these sustainable value chains to life through meaningful initiatives, or what is your hope? So Alia, if I can start with you, what would be that one thing that you would want to focus on to bring sustainable value chains to life?
I would definitely focus on awareness, definitely, and making the right investments in awareness, either working with journalists, either working with even influencers, with key opinion leaders, because I feel like businesses are ready and we have government support and all that, but the awareness bit needs a lot of fine-tuning in this part of the world.
Abdulaziz, what would be your point of view on this?
Yeah, so the thing is, we need to lead by examples in what we are doing. If you want everybody to do the right things, you need to leading that team or leading that company is by doing the right thing in the right way. So just only talking without action, there is no point in that one. So, and the more awareness and more leaderships programs in place, as well as we can, starting with the young generation for education and awareness starting from homes, from school, because it's not only one responsibility, it's only everybody's responsibility.
Sergey, what would you say would be your key focus?
I would say we must consciously look into the future, think about next generation, and apply some probably daily routines and daily discipline, if we can say like this, in our household, in our work habits, in our development principles, in our business models. Sustainable part in this discipline is mandatory to allow us to leave the planet in the same conditions as we took it to our kids.
So, Jerome?
To complete what has been said, I will say that innovation is super important. You have to use the new technologies for awareness. The digitalization through the social media is a big impact. Leading by example, you have to implement new technology into your company when you produce packaging, but also when you want to participate in the recovery by using new startup, new initiative, which comes with very interesting innovation in terms of either recycling process or just collection process. And at the end, innovation is the future. It will give to our new generation, our kids, that working in the waste industry, working in the production of packaging can be very fun because it's not boring. There are a lot of things to do to improve what we are doing currently, and we need them. We need them to continue what we start in the pathway that we are building together today, which is very small compared to what they will achieve, I believe.
Thank you so much, everyone. I hope you enjoyed this very interesting discussion. I think this kind of beautifully brought together a lot of what was discussed during the day. in terms of competition, collaboration, bringing it into co-opetition. That's what we kind of heard here. And we look forward to engaging and keeping this conversation continued. Thank you so much to my panelists. It was wonderful hearing your point of view, and very inspiring to see that all of you are doing real things within your respective roles, which is having the positive impact. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please stay on stage for your group photo, which you will later see on social media. If you're sharing or if you're active on LinkedIn, do share your perspectives, maybe your own photos that you have taken with the hashtag Future Food Summit. Before we go on to our last panel, I'll let you do a quick roundup of what we've heard today. A lot of topics have touched on key highlights. Thank you very much. Key highlights of some of the most challenging, I'm not going to call them, we're going to always call them challenges, not issues or problems. We're going to call them challenges facing this sector. So let's see a very quick roundup of day one of the 6th annual Future Food Summit wrapped up in this video before we go on to our last panel of the day. Well done. Congratulations to all of you. You're all part of this milestone, day one of the 6th edition of Future Food. I do want to thank the visual team. Where are they? All the videographers that you see, the photographers. I know coming from this field how much hard physical work it is to capture the right angle at the right moment, put it all together, edit it, add the music, and give you this perspective. So a big round of applause to the visual team. Thank you so much. They wear black, and sometimes you don't see them, but they're the ones who bring out the beautiful picture. And congrats also. The Foodverse is taking front seats this year. So this brings us now to the very last panel of the day. Thank you for actually caving and staying into the last panel. The last session is touching on the expertise of the supply chains with 2 major pillars, the e-commerce and the Q-commerce. We all heard about e-commerce, specifically in the GCC F&B market, which is expected to reach $50 billion by 2025. Now, if you haven't heard of the Q-commerce, the quick commerce, that's projected to grow by 30% annually, quite a large percentage of growth. So let's discuss more in insight these investments in last mile delivery technologies. And I'm going to invite the moderator for this session. Please welcome Ryan Harmon, editor of Logistics Middle East, who will be leading the expert panelists, starting with Melahat Yildirim, Director, Procurement, IFCO. Welcome also Nadir Saigol, CEO, Saigol and Gulfsmith. Rashid Gargash, who's the founder of Ratians. And Ben Kremer, the Managing Director of Crow. You will have 40 minutes for this panel. Please allow about 5 minutes. So the last 5 minutes you will have for Q&A and a group photo. The floor is all yours. You have a tough task. You're the last panel. You got to keep them up and running.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying with us to the end of the day.
ask you, please, for the mics. Yeah. Can you, yes, they can turn in all the ways you are. Make them as close as possible to your face so we can hear without disruption.
So I'm delighted to be joined by my expert panelists here today for a discussion on redefining supply chains and what that means and what factors are playing into that. So let's get straight into it. Melahat, can I start with you? And from your point of view, what specific technologies are having the biggest impact on the supply chain from a procurement point of view?
Actually, this is one of my favorite topics.
Great.
I also believe that it's inevitable, opportunities for all supply chain colleagues. Technologies like blockchain, artificial intelligence, IoT, and big data analysis are having a huge impact on not only procurement, also entire supply chain processes, as well as efficiencies and the sustainability. For instance, as a procurement professional, I would like to give a couple of examples for artificial intelligence. With this opportunity, we streamline and optimize our all procurement processes. And by automating repetitive, manual, and as well as non-added value tasks from the system, to build more efficient time and also the free up the timing to focus on the decision making in a strategic way, which is I can say from ordering processes, vendor selection, as well as some data entrance as well. Besides this, we are also using artificial intelligence as well as the machine learning to understand the market dynamics when we decide on buying strategies. By also looking at multiple factors which is coming from data analysis, I can say heavy data sets that we are talking about comes from like a source of the materials in terms of stock conditions, historical data, weather predictions, stock conditions, macro and micro fundamentals, geopolitical situation, then we will able to come to the right decision on the contract timing as well as right material cover strategy, which ultimately brings the value to the companies as well as our consumers and customers. I believe last not but the least, in the meantime, as supply chain colleagues as well as procurement, for instance, IoT provides real-time data on the material stock management, which enables the supply chain colleagues to optimize their inventories by avoiding stock out, even overstocks, which also ends up waste management as well. We can also see that there is a huge support on the sustainability perspective. One of the, the great initiatives that we are collaborating with our suppliers, shipping companies, mostly to optimize our supply chain, also bring the transparency, visibility for the shipping processes. Like in transition, we are make sure that our products are under safe condition in terms of temperature, humidity, as well as right time on time delivery processes to the customers. As I mentioned at the beginning of my speech, and technology is inevitable, but in the meantime, utilizing technology in your system to make sure that there is a good balance of using the capability of human being. In the meantime, the technology is giving the efficiency.
And building on what Melahat had to say there and the key technologies that are making the supply chains more efficient, can I come to you, Nadir, and can we talk about the e-commerce space specifically, and how has that transition been in the F&B space from traditional supply chain to a more e-commerce focused supply chain?
So being a heritage UAE brand, and especially one that's so well recognized in the region, logistics and distribution is paramount to how we get from a B2B situation to empowering our consumers to actually get our product and have access to the product. As someone that does their own distribution here in the United Arab Emirates, I can say that the biggest catalyst for us to get our innovation and R&D out to our consumer has really in recent years been e-commerce, and having that relationship with the commerce players that are going to, from your phone, get you your product to your house. And this is furthermore evident in the fact that our biggest problem, being a smaller company but being such a great brand, is that we can't replenish our supplies in traditional retail as fast as e-commerce has empowered us to be such a significant player in this space. And we do potato chips, we do all sorts of snacks, we do baked products as well. And the best way to get our messaging out to our consumer as well is far better exemplified by an e-commerce platform where you can look at the product, you can see the ingredients we use, because we're proud of the ingredients we use, we're proud of the R&D that we do to get this product to the consumer. And I feel like in my position in our brand, it's much more transparent on your phone than it is on the traditional brick and mortar aisles. And I feel that if this is the transition going forward, then it's one that is a larger brand but a smaller distributor we would like to empower. This further translates to when you look at the GCC as a whole, which I think all the stakeholders and shareholders are in this room would like to know about, is that, again, I talk about this catalyst where when we are in Saudi Arabia, when we are in Bahrain, when we are in Kuwait, and we are in Oman, and we are coming up with new products that are building on our brand, but offering something completely new to the market. Again, we look to the Noon Minutes, the Talabats, the Deliveroos, the Amazons, to get our products to the consumer as fast as possible. Another great change that I would like to emphasize on why e-commerce is really, at least for our brand, one of the drivers and one of our greatest sales strengths, is because they are empowering us to be a better distributor by doing the heavy lifting themselves. When you come to brick and mortar and traditional commerce, we're not a brand that has a fleet of 100 vehicles over here, so it's really hard for us to replenish. We have a product that, sells quite well and goes out of stock quite fast. And for me, it's really hard to do the replenishment. So this is another kind of point that I would like to emphasize when it comes to the fact that working with great partners in the e-commerce space, we get that replenishment. We can get our out-of-stock products back in stock in a matter of days. We wouldn't have to wait for, the next week or as such. So again, when we do look at new markets, when we do look at going beyond the borders of not just the UAE, but beyond the borders of the GCC as well, these are partners that resonate more with at least our ethos as to how we would like to be presented going forward. And it's one that I feel that being an SME or being a brand, everyone should use this set of tools to really empower themselves to become the brand that they really want to see, because that's what happens. It's moving from the aisles in your traditional stores, which are obviously still an extremely important part of doing commerce here in the UAE as well as abroad. But what I'm trying to say is to get your brand message across, to get what you're doing, as an innovation hub, you really have to use the tools that e-commerce presents, because they are making strides in this industry and the government is embracing them to do so as well.
Rashid, if I can move on to you next then, and we're speaking about some of the tools that are enabling e-commerce to kind of grow to new heights. When we talk about some of the key technologies, we're looking at AI, automation, robotics. What impact do you think they have on the supply chain? And if you could kind of elaborate on those for me, please.
Okay, so I'll take my product as an example. So the supply chain really needs to be looked at like a gun. The automation, so robotics is really a buzzword. You're going to look at automation in this case, and automation just means engineering. So in my particular case, I needed to basically deploy enough product to every consumer, and that would be, it has to be the optimal amount. So this gun has to shoot exactly 6 bullets towards its targets, right? Not 7, not 8, not 4. So I need to have the optimal rate of fire. So in this particular case, I had to build my own machines because the machines don't really exist for my product. So automation came from the very raw ingredients. So I started a machine shop in my factory, and I created a laboratory, and I took a course at MIT for advanced manufacturing with artificial intelligence. And basically, I created a pumice isolate lab inside my factory, and then I created the automated process that went with that. So from the ingredients to the very, so I have a nitrogen and vacuum process. So that doesn't really exist for these types of these jars. And that was the very first part. So I just turn a knob, and it now just gives me the amount that I want. The other part of the supply chain process in regards to the e-commerce industry would be the fact that I use artificial intelligence sort of like this. So let's just say there's a guy in the crowd and he wants 100 bottles. So I can deploy that 100 bottles. Now let's just say when the bottles are reaching him, so he doesn't want them anymore. So artificial intelligence, specifically the program Perplexity, that's what I use, it will tell me that, hey, since this guy doesn't want it, there are about 100 people in his area that might want it. So a percentage of them would want it. So the artificial intelligence would basically help you, it will give you ideas on how to minimize and identify new innovations to basically help you out in your process.
We've heard then how technology is a great enabler for e-commerce and how it is offering opportunities to companies to scale and to grow. But Ben, if I come to you next, what are some of the challenging aspects of integrating technology into the supply chain?
Yeah, thank you. So I'm Ben, I'm with Crow. So we're a 10th largest accountancy and focus primarily around companies' operations, compliance, and business technology. And I bring that up because when we talk about technology, especially in the food and beverage space, we have to think about it in a couple different terms, right? In terms of like your core base business technology, and that's where I want to start with, and then we can get into how that gets into e-commerce, Q-commerce, and can enable some more advanced stuff like we have through the AI spoken about before. So when we think about the risk and opportunities behind technology, I want to start in two different categories, right? Obviously, we've got order qualifiers, we've got order winners. When we think about a small, medium enterprise working in the food and beverage space. So on the order winner, the primary order winner for the small, medium food and beverage industry is obviously their product, right? It's the good or service that they're doing. And I think with the companies that I've worked with who are in that startup or scale-up phase here in the GCC, so much of that owner, that founder is, hey, how do I make the product the absolute best? If I get a product, I'm going to win in the market, right? And I think, as most of us in this room know, it's a little more complicated than that, right? Because we start looking and say, okay, how are we going to displace another competitor, in this region, most of the time a foreign competitor, at a traditional Horsia, right, distribution channel, or through an end store, a supermarket store. And that becomes a really challenging problem. First, operationally, we have to get a bunch of things in place from a business technology perspective. There's the boring stuff, the lot traceability, right? And the full supply chain control. If we don't have that, we're not going to get picked up by a supermarket. We're not going to get picked up by a Horsia group because we have to have the core technology in place to be able to say it. But it's more than just a compliance thing that we need to be thinking about as we invest in growing our small and medium-sized food and beverage companies here in the UAE and the GCC as a whole, right? There's a lot more to it. For example, just because you got a great product and just because we're meeting compliance of traceability, well, we have to make sure we're up to the global standards, right? We got to make sure that, a growing company, for example, is ready to comply with Global GAP or ISO or whatever that it has in its particular sub-industry there. And I think what we see, there's a huge investment. We've been talking about it all day, right? About food security, about getting local produce, local manufacturing here in the UAE and the GCC. What I'll say is on the technology front to support that, there's been big investments by the accounting industry and by the tech industry. Salesforce, Microsoft, and Oracle, specifically Oracle, that's been doing a lot of work lately to make sure that from the business support side, the business technology side, we've got the right skills and expertise to support those amazing entrepreneurs, those amazing CEOs of those small and mid-sized businesses, to bring that, to make sure their business technology is there, ready to be compliant, but also ready to be very easy to use, easy to interact with those customers, whether, again, it's the Horsia brands, whether it's the supermarkets. Now, when we think about technology, I'm an accountant, right? You can tell I immediately went into the boring compliance aspects of it. But there's more to it, right? And I'll give two quick use cases of where business technology in the last couple of years in this region have actually made a big strategic difference for companies too. The first one I'm going to reference is they were a meat distributor based over in Saudi Arabia. And they had a very large share of the Horsia high-end meats and seafood distribution in Saudi Arabia. But that was all. That was their only channel. And albeit a little bit dated, then COVID hit, right? COVID hit in April 2020. They had nothing, right? All of the Horsia shut down. It was all on lockdown. And for them as a competitor in KSA, their main competitors were these large multinationals importing in, competing against them into their market. Now, fortunately for them, they had invested in the right business systems ecosystem that they were able, in a matter of just 6 weeks, to pivot from being a pure distribution to Horsia to a quick commerce model. What that meant is in a matter of just 6 weeks, they got an app up, they were able to get the marketing campaigns out to get people to download the app, and they were able to start delivering direct to consumer on a 3-hour notice period from that order placement. So when we think about advances in technology, yeah, AI is a great talking point. There's a lot of awesome, exciting stuff happening as the use cases were there. But I think also the velocity of the tech cycle, of how these tools for small and medium-sized businesses, how you're able to actually implement those at speed, at a cost that's reasonable for an SME, but then to be able to use that technology to compete against much larger companies with that same ease of doing business, that's fascinating. You know, I'll give one other example here. When we talk about how do we make our SMEs competitive from a business in general in this market, and how business technology can help drive that, I work with one produce agritech here in the UAE. And as they've evolved, obviously it's their product and the taste of their product that's the main driver for them to be able to get shelf space and be able to grow an amazing company here. But one of the things we've been looking at is saying, okay, well, how can we use emerging technology similar to the e-commerce, similar to the Q-commerce? How can we use that to drive another competitive advantage, at least here in the local market, to say, hey, the food being produced here is better? For them, they're in a situation that's a very short shelf life product. So what their business systems have enabled them to do is traditionally when you think business systems in manufacturing, you think of a make-to-order situation, right? Where you're waiting for your customer orders to decide how much to produce. Well, when you're growing food, the situation's a bit different, huh? But what they've been able to get into is what we like to refer to as a harvest to order, where literally they can wait till the orders come in that day, that night before, harvest it off the plant based upon the number of orders, so that way they're able to deliver the produce that's literally less than 24 hours since it's been on the plant. That right there can be a differentiator, but that takes proper investment in business systems by the company. That takes proper investments by the big tech players, Oracle, Microsoft, and others in the ecosystem here. And that takes a lot of professionals like everybody in this room to actually make that happen.
Melaha, coming back to you then, and something that Ben mentioned there about compliance. And when we think of compliance in the F&B space, we look at food traceability and food safety as well. From your experience, how is technology bringing that aspect of the supply chain on?
Yeah, definitely. I believe technology plays a pivotal role in enhancing food safety and as well as traceability in supply chain model, as well as providing the full transparency and also being able to manage proactively all the agenda in food safety. For instance, using some technologies like blockchain provides great tool to track your products from farm to spoon, that you can also identify it in value chain if there is any risk, any issues for the food safety, contamination, or any failure in the production. You can identify these risks and the gap proactively to build your mitigation action. Besides this, IoT is also another big technology that you can track your products on time with transparent conditions that if necessarily a product requires different type of specification, you can track accordingly. For instance, some humidity conditions, temperature conditions, or even some risk in the contamination. With this tool, you can have the full analysis that identify the risk based on the historical data, on also the fundamental inputs that create some risk. Beside this, there is a great tool. I think very recently we have started practicing building the QR code of the products, which gives the huge confidence to the consumers. They will able to come back to the origin of the products, then they will build their traceability. Besides this, and there is also some blockchain and as well as data empowerment tools that you can also build end-to-end product visibility from shelf to even the waste deliveries. In these conditions, a supply chain team can have full value chain analysis in a proactive way that also builds some actions in advance. For instance, as IFCO, we have diverse product group, like from cold chain to dry chain, I can say, from ice cream, fresh chicken, flour, and etc. So as IFCO, we need to utilize this kind of technologies to make sure that full safety conditions will be provided in an efficient way to also eliminate any human error conditions in food safety, which is ultimately going to the consumer sides. That's why using technology in analysis, big data analysis, especially food safety, is an inevitable the approach. Then companies and also even the governments build this capability internally.
Yeah, I think consumers are getting more demanding and they want to see that traceability across the whole supply chain.
Of course,
yeah. Changing kind of notes then, Nadir, a little bit to quick commerce, and let's dig a little bit deeper into that. How has quick commerce affected your business, and what strategies have you kind of put in place to ensure growth in that aspect?
Well, when I'm commenting on an issue like this, the first thing I have to address is the challenges of quick commerce, especially when you're a brand that's trying to be a jack of all trades. Now, what do I mean by this? As a manufacturer, especially as a manufacturer of a heritage brand, my concentration should just be making the best project and products for my end consumer. That is our focus. That's what we will always focus on, and what we innovate to diversify, what we pay attention to our customer to be able to grow our internal R&D as well. And this is our concern. However, being a jack of all trades, we take the challenge on for being our own distributor, being our own marketer, being our own PR agency, and really trying to do everything under that scope and umbrella. So the first challenge with quick commerce, as I mentioned before, is replenishment. Because when you don't have a fleet of 100 vehicles where the service is only our products, it's not like being a big distribution house where we would have 500, 1,000 plus products, where that would be our main initiative. My main initiative is to make the best product possible using the best ingredients possible within our ecosystem, empowered by the UAE government, because we do have great import, and Jabal Ali does us a huge favor in terms of the fact that we get to get the best raw materials on planet Earth into Dubai with great ease. Now, where it becomes a challenge is that I have to replenish things almost daily as a brand, because when you have a product that is so well loved, being a 40 or 42-year-old brand, you have this difficulty doing your own supply, whereby when your product sells out, your challenge starts by putting it back on the shelf. If I could have daily replenishment solved, that would be the best of my issue. Would the company have to be spending 100% of its time, energy, and effort to do so? It would be. So that really brings me back to the fact that e-commerce has empowered at least my brand to get the message out, so that when we do new flavors like ghost pepper or habanero, that honestly, when you see on your phone, you have that intrigue that, okay, like how fast can this packet of ghost pepper get into my house? And quick commerce does provide that venue. E-commerce does provide that venue because it puts that decision-making power into our consumers' hands, and it gives me as a brand the power to have that visibility to them. So as I said, it's really tough as a brand and very challenging to try and do everything. However, striving to do that is something that as an entrepreneur, as a CEO, where we try and make that difference, where we try and be on that cutting edge to do so, and technology helps you just that much more. Knowing where your vans are, knowing what your stocks are. We implement and use NetSuite in our business. We try and do this for our export markets too, whereas we have the best visibility to get our product into the market, because when you have not the biggest distribution network, you have to face these challenges in order to thrive and to grow your business. So this is really something that has empowered us. And the best thing about the UAE ecosystem is that the retail space keeps on growing. They keep on looking to the well-established brands to grow their own presence. And honestly, the amount of startups here, a lot of them are local Emirati e-commerce startups, and they are empowering themselves through using products that us local manufacturers produce. So I believe the ecosystem is in the right place. I believe us here as the Food and Beverage Manufacturers Group is doing everything it takes to empower brands like us, innovate with newcomers into the industry, and it all serves a common purpose, that by using technology, by using traditional brick and mortar and empowering the e-commerce space, we can really get our goals, like getting our GDP up by empowering our own local brands, and it's a win-win situation for everyone. It's not some paradox whereby there are winners and losers. By empowering this ecosystem, you are clearly giving a path for brands like us, bigger brands, smaller brands, to thrive in this network.
Mm-hmm. And with customers obviously demanding quicker and quicker service, and that is only going to grow, they also want personalized services as well. And Rashid, if I can come to you on this, how do you go about building a supply chain that is, catering to these customer-centric needs?
How do I build a supply chain that is catered to the customer-centric needs? So that would have to be a hyper-convenient model. And what I mean by that is that look, everything is going to become hyper-convenient, and we're going to use AI for that. This one I'm looking at particularly ChatGPT's strawberry model. It came out a few days ago. So what you're really going to do is you're going to solve problems. So I don't want to wait 1 hour for a Thalabot for it to bring me sushi. I want to wait 15 minutes, and that's already done with Noon. So this is where the hyper-convenience model is going to solve problems. So it's a little bit difficult to describe, but the only example that I could truly give is what is a coffee shop here? It's a place to either sit down with your friends and there happens to be coffee, or it happens to be a place that you go and study or you work at. So the supermarkets in America, on Sundays, everything closes at 6. The only place to go to at 8 o'clock is the mall. So is the, is the supermarket. So it just happens to be a supermarket, but it's actually a place to just walk around. So artificial intelligence is going to better define these types of roles and these innovations that are within your existing, it's in the existing infrastructure already. It's just that it's not identified. So everything is going to become hyper convenient, solving a problem that everybody has. So I'm bored, so what do I do now? I go to the coffee shop because that's where I want to meet people. Okay, I'm not going to the coffee shop to drink coffee. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Ben, moving on to you then, and talking about the Middle East region as a whole, how is technology adoption here in the region compared to kind of a global perspective on it?
How's it compared to?
A global perspective here in the region.
Yeah, good question. You know, from my perspective, right, so I started as a business technologist in the United States. I came here in 2018, right? And I can tell you here in the UAE, Saudi, I'd even put Kuwait in the same group. You know, the progress of this country and this region is just phenomenal, right? From even the short 6 years that I've been here, at this point, I would say there's almost no difference. If you compare the North American market to this market into how they're thinking about business technology, the only difference I might say from what I've seen, at least in my professional capacity, is that the companies here are more ambitious, right? They're looking and saying, hey, I want to grow and build something. And part of the entire vibe of what the UAE has been able to build in this country, and I think that's why so many of us in this room are here and still here, even though a lot of us plan to only come for a few years. So I don't think that it's really too different. I would say the UAE is a leading market, and that's not just me, Ben, saying that, or from Crow's perspective. Oracle would say the same, Salesforce would say the same, Microsoft would say the same. Just drive down the Internet City and you'll see they all have their regional headquarters here. If you look at how they've been staffing up, this has been a leading region. I can speak for the Oracle NetSuite channel specifically because that's what I work in. This has been a leading region for them, in the UAE, and Dubai specifically has been the center of all of that growth. So I think that's exciting. And I think as we tie this back into what we started the day at, right, and looking at saying, okay, what is our objectives as a food group, and what is our objectives here from a food security perspective, right? Technology enables us a couple things, right? First, to quick commerce, as you were mentioning, e-commerce and quick commerce, for the small and medium-sized producers or manufacturers or growers, giving them an outlet of saying, hey, I've got a really cool product or service that I know I can sell, but maybe I haven't got to the point where I have shelf space at one of the large supermarkets. Maybe I haven't broken into one of the major distributors to get into the various different Horsia channels. Knowing that they can get to a quick commerce or e-commerce model, and quick commerce and e-commerce, when we say quick commerce, we mean something where you order and get it received within, a few hours time frame, give or take. That's available, and that's not cost prohibitive anymore for small and medium-sized businesses to do that. So I think as we look at a roadmap, at least from a technology perspective, getting more and more of our small and medium-sized businesses to get their product in the market through e-commerce and quick commerce, getting them the regulatory compliance aspects that the large consumers, the giant supermarket chains, the giant distributors are going to require of them, getting that in place so that way they can get on the shelf here. But those compliance issues aren't just for here. That's for, as we were talking about, saying, hey, yeah, we want to penetrate and get more local production here, but we also want to ultimately become an exporter. So continuing to push the professional standards there and continuing to build a stronger and stronger body of knowledge of quality and compliance professionals, not just at the large companies here, but also at the small and medium-sized enterprises, I do believe that's going to help us hit those goals that we were mentioning this morning.
And Melahad, building on Ben's point there of the small SMEs being able to compete with some of the larger companies, how do you think technology is having an impact on making supply chains more equitable and fair for everybody in the market?
Definitely. I also believe that as supply chain community as well as procurement community, we have a huge impact on our ecosystem. We can also influence the people who are also impacting overall trade world. By using the technology, I believe that we are equally bringing the transparency and as well as traceability to treat our suppliers as well as our customers in a more fair way, as well as building the equality. And for instance, blockchain is also a great tool that you can track all the transaction of the products, materials, services, and customer behaviors on the system. You can build the end-to-end benchmarking system that you can manage your customers and the suppliers in a right manner. Besides this, with this technology, for instance, IoT brings the full visibility of products and the materials coming from the farm to the table, that small farmers and the small suppliers are able to understand weather patterns, crop yields, and also the supply and demand conditions in the relevant materials group in the market, that they build their competitiveness during this criteria, which also brings some opportunity that they can compete with the global channel, whereas in some cases there are other tools like artificial intelligence that as buyers they can easily track the suppliers' environment-friendly conditions, social activities, labor practices, to make sure that their supplier ecosystem is fairly treated in the social responsibility. Besides this, there is also the good cloud platforms that if there are small producers or suppliers in the domestic market or in the region, that these platforms brings the opportunity to them to present themselves in the global platform, that they are able to compete with the global the supply scale. With these conditions as supply chain, we have a strong influence area to also build the end-to-end traceability, not only in our system, also our ecosystem, from suppliers to customers.
Nadir, then quickly to wrap up on what we've kind of spoken about today and the key kind of trends that are taking over the supply chain when it comes to technology, what would be the one key trend that stands out to you that's here to stay for the next couple of years?
Well, I really want to save the best for last, so I haven't made a comment about AI and artificial intelligence yet, but when I touched upon the fact that I am first and foremost a manufacturer of what I would like to empower and innovate to be some of, in our brand's belief, and the market would speak to itself, some of the best quality snack foods and potato chips that you can buy in the Middle East and now beyond our borders. So what AI has really empowered me to do is to concentrate on making the best snacks I possibly can as a manufacturer. And I say this because if AI is going to enable e-commerce to pick the winners meaning what? If I make the best product, that means I will have the right consumer, and the consumer can see that and buy my product. And the more consumers are buying my product, gives me more orders, empowers me to invest in R&D more and make more new products. That's a win for me. So I am basically saying that AI is empowering my consumer to pick the best products. That, in hindsight, just really finally allows me to concentrate on making the best products in lieu of having the best distribution network, growing my van sales, and all these other tedious activities that a brand such as myself endures. What quick commerce, what e-commerce has really done, and it's through innovation, it's through AI, is give me that opportunity to really focus on my product and not on the other aspects that it takes to make a business great.
Rashid, would you agree that AI will be the trend that will stick around for the longest and have the biggest impact on the supply chain?
Yes, but I wouldn't rely on it too much, and I say this because of what I've seen so far. Do not ever take away the human being component to any process, and I say this because, okay, so here's an example. There was a guy who came up to me and he was like, oh, I've got my big boy pants on, and I've been, Bill Gates has invested in me, and I have a lot of money, and I'm doing all this stuff. So long story short, he created a company based off of AI research, and it was basically, I'm going to take petroleum and turn that into oil that you can eat, and then I'm going to give it to you guys. Do you think I want my people, my boys and my girls to eat something that's derived from petroleum? No. I used to, so if you ask artificial intelligence, is it great to, cultivate meat inside a lab and grow your own meat? I used to do that, by the way. And I stopped because of how unethical it was. To create that serum, GBS, you have to keep so you go to the slaughterhouse and you have to find a pregnant cow, and you kill the cow, but you don't kill the baby inside it. You have to keep it alive in a jar and harvest it. That's how you get GBS. Artificial intelligence will tell you that it's worth the sacrifice, but looking at it from a humanitarian standpoint, this is not okay. You need a human no matter what. It cannot make decisions no matter what.
Yeah, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all we have time for today. Can we get a big round of applause for our panelists today?
Thank you very much. May I ask you to stay on stage for your group photo, and the final answer in this panel, I think, requires a panel in and of itself on the ethical use of artificial intelligence in several industries. Today was the day one of the 6th annual Future Food Summit. You made it to the end of the day. Tomorrow we start a little bit later than today. Tomorrow we start at 10 a.m. Do keep your badges because you need them to come back in. 3 very important topics we're going to shed light on tomorrow will be, 1, the much anticipated consumer behavior report. You want a selfie? Take a selfie. Take a selfie because the lights are going to go off. Feel free. The much anticipated consumer behavior report is coming out tomorrow. Usually every year it brings real, true insights into consumers' behavior. Number 2, how to build the national talent, specifically here in the UAE, and we're going to see some application of that. And number 3, a look into food waste and some of the challenges and solutions. Thank you so much for being here till the end of the day. It was my pleasure to be your MC, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Thank you. Have a good night. I think there's a dinner later on, so I'll see some of you later. Thank you.